I know. Right. Bonjour. How are you, Red Rose? I'm gonna do some game for the start. Alright. I'm gonna turn on Steam. How are you? I am, as always, mixed bag, you know? Is it okay for me to say that I'm mixed bag? Fido's been doing okay, though. Yeah, your bag is mixed? Well, you know, that is the state of the union. We'll see how the summit will go. How do you feel the summit will go? The Alaska summit. I feel like it will not go great, but you know. Whoop. Oh, new Steam things. Subnautica. Discounts, demos, and more. Dawn of War. Village. We have demos. Recommended for you. Civilization. Sid Meier's Civilization Free Complete. I think I already have this in my Beyond Earth. Civilization 7 has a discount. Are they climbing a mountain? No, they're gonna meet and talk about peace in Alaska. Wow. Airships. We're gonna relax with my favorite game. Alright? You know what my favorite game is, right? If you're like Lucy has a viewer, you know what my favorite. Hello, Zoshis. Destiny's response to his son becoming a neo-Nazi. Oh, it's just a phase, said the person who tried to cheat on his wife with a neo-Nazi. Great replacement, ethno-supremacist, outright propagandist. I mean, then again, he is 14. Even if, yeah, Fallout, good one, Jack, don't do it, good one. Fallout 4 is a bad game, okay? It's a bad game. I don't know, he's a 14-year-old kid, so I wouldn't... He's not lost yet. I feel like, maybe. Maybe I'm just too optimistic. What was I doing at 14 years old? Early high school. Chrono Trigger on emulator. I don't know. Some people are Nazis. Oh, it is. It's my favorite board game, but my favorite video game is something else. But nice. That is true. Go is my favorite board game. You know, some people play Chrono Trigger at the age of 14, and some people are neo-Nazis. You know, it's just part of growing up. You know? Then don't you agree? Isn't this just like a part of growing up? That not a thing? What a long cable. Jesus. Oh, I'm not blaming the kid, I'm blaming Steven. I mean, isn't he just like an absentee dad or something? People getting into politics younger and younger. At 14, I could have cared. Jesus Christ. I could not have cared less. There's no such thing as I could have cared less. Do I have to go into this whole rant? There's no I could care less. It's I couldn't care less. Zoshelix, please back me up on this, okay? Please back me up. Thank you. I don't know. I was kind of forced into caring about politics from a young age since I was in a political family. So I couldn't not care about politics at all. True. Listen, I'm here to do a David Mitchell and say it correctly. This is the best game, okay? Expedition 33. Do you want me to talk about the Destiny thing?
Nice.
Exactly, thank you. Thank you, Zoshelix. You understand my pain. I thought your favorite. He's an absentee dad that introduced his son to Nick. Oh my god. Yeah, wait, he did? Your kid, no way. Really? Wait, did he? Are you serious? Oh, yeah, it's a good game. I should finish it one day. Oh. Imagine having Destiny as your dad. I mean, I had my dad as my dad, and I'll just leave it at that, okay? I already had the misfortune of having my dad as my dad. I should make the game louder. I've completed a single stalker there, hi. Yeah. I need to finish the first one on the stream. We're pretty far. No, okay, we're not super far.
A storm is coming.
A storm is coming. Wildfire. Oh my god. There's also the PS1 version, that's in English. Wait, there's a PS1 version of Shin Megami Tensei 1? I wanna play the PS1 version. Okay, thank you for telling me. I'm definitely gonna play the PlayStation 1 version.
Finesse and grace. Take down their shields.
A storm is coming. Let's keep going.
Ready to strike.
Ready to strike, babe Shens. Where are you, Red Rose? Did you leave me? Look, this is Verso. How do you like Verso? Isn't Verso a handsome man? Wouldn't you say that Zoshelix, wouldn't you say that Verso is a handsome man? Look at Mael. Finesse and grace. Mael. Confident. I've been working. I am American Nick Fuentes. Oh. This game is excellent, wouldn't you say? What's in here? Flying casino. Who's French? Oh, Verso? Yeah, Verso's French. Yeah, in Expedition 33. Everything. Hmm. Yeah, everyone in Expedition is French. What the hell? The hell is this place? What is happening? I do like the music though.
That a casino?
What kind of a casino is this?
Look at me. Boy.
Explain the painted world angle. Explains, yeah. I mean, I come from a painter family, so this game's plot really appeals to me. My mom's a painter. My grandma was a painter. I paint a bit, so I don't know. The whole painters thing appeals to me. The story speaks to me. You mean?
Yeah, babe.
I ended up here at the fracture. After the fracture and couldn't get back down, so it's my whole world. Do you want to help getting down? No, I'm good. You would want over things if I left.
Look at me.
See, this place is a living piece of history. Used to be the place to be, you know?
Boy.
Play some games, drink some drinks, gamble a bit, all the fun stuff. Now it's like, well, you know, anyway, you don't You don't talk that dimwit over there. Who's that?
Quíteme.
Such a downer, stuck in the past. Talk to him and he'll drown you in nostalgia. Who? Dimwit. These creatures were created by Verso. They inhabited the world. And then Verso died and his childhood canvas was used and Verso's mom populated the canvas with humans. But initially it was only those creatures living here. It's like very interesting. You know?
Great.
You see nobody inside. Do you call out? Could you peasants please cease that infernal shouting? Oh, hello. I have no interest in conversing with uncultured humans. Leave. We'll try again. Uh-huh. That's not useful. Where's the dimwit that I'm supposed to not talk to?
Boy.
Okay, where's the downer? I have no clue what I'm supposed to do here.
Uma wheeler.
What am I supposed to do? Weird. You know? I have no clue what to do. Damn. Look how cute. Very cute. But I have no clue what am I supposed to do here. Are we having 100 viewers? This is our goal for tonight. 100 viewers. No. Look, it's the Eiffel Tower. You can go to the melted Eiffel Tower. How cool is that? There you can visit the melted Eiffel Tower.
Flashing through the sky. Flashing through the sky.
Oh, I think I have to get my hormones. Oops.
Hang on tight.
Paris.
Through the sky.
Lumière.
Hang on tight. Hang on tight.
Hold on to your butts.
Flashing through the sky. Flashing through the sky.
Spill some ink.
Let's spill some ink. There you go.
Take down their shields.
I've got this.
There we go.
Verso, dodge.
Dodge Verso.
Verso, dodge.
Yeah. What's annoying? What the hell? You gotta be kidding me.
Wow, thanks. Careful, my L.
My L. What? What? Okay, we're trying again. Also, what's annoying? Sorry? Expert.
En garde!
En garde, monsieur.
Flames! Rain!
Let's carve a path.
Carve a path, monsieur.
Let us stay.
Oh well.
How much HP does this enemy have? Oh.
Danger!
Ready to parry!
Light is a status effect that reduces the max health of the character. It is possible to be affected by multiple instances of light. Each instance reduces max health by 10%.
Once more.
I won't lose hair. Brace yourselves. I'm ready.
Parry it!
Parry it. I parry it.
Brace yourself.
Feel like old school FF having the world in ruin chapter, yeah. Although in this game, the world is in ruin from the very beginning, so it's not just a chapter, it's the whole game.
Here.
There's no world not in ruin in this game.
En garde!
En garde, Monsieur Rolex. Oh yeah.
Guard up!
I thought those would be pushover enemies, but no. I swear I thought these would be pushover enemies. Ah, yeah.
En garde!
Chroma is flowing. I'll do it.
Oh my god, I thought I parried this.
Can't leave us yet. Ready to parry.
I think I'm doing it too late. Oh, you're talking about the Alaska Summit? We're gonna have a lot of material to be talking about the Alaska Summit. The happy faces of Trump and Putin. Yeah, nice. Has it happened? Are we at peace? Is the war over now? Yeah, the war is over. Damn. I'm gonna cover it today. I thought this was like a pushover enemy, but I swear to God.
Let's carve a path.
Interestingly enough, I suck at parrying in Sekiro, but apparently they called in a person from the Sekiro team to do the parrying in this one. To formulate the parrying in this game.
Ready to parry. Please survive. Okay.
Okay, let's start again.
Merci.
Merci
Ready
beaucoup.
to parry.
Oh, there we go. Now I know how to parry this crap. I wonder what the reward is gonna be for this one.
Flames ready.
Here we go again.
On me.
Yeah. Oh, too early.
Please survive.
Ah, I keep parrying too early. Just like in Sekiro. Exclusive.
Asgard.
What's the reward for these enemies? I swear to God.
I've got this.
A storm is coming.
Watch out.
Hello, Grey Ray. I'm having trouble. As you can see, I'm struggling.
Lune, watch out.
Oh.
Watch out, Mael.
What the hell? Wait, is that actually true? The From Software developer who work on Sekiro's deflection system work on the parry on this game? Apparently they brought in a person from Sekiro to formulate the parry thing in this game.
Still need your help.
Okay, I failed.
I'll do it.
It's gonna take me a while till I'll be able to parry all of these attacks. My damage is low. I should have cheater on everybody. But I just got cheater, so... Lucy, can you play something else? What would you like me to play? What's wrong with this?
My turn.
A storm is coming.
A storm is coming.
Oh well.
Okay, I have to check something. I feel like Verso has the same voice actor as Monoko. Alright, we parried.
Okay.
Bam! Mouthwashing? What the hell is that?
Careful, Mael.
The hell is mouthwashing?
Spill some ink.
The hell? The hell is that? Hold on. I'm feeling dizzy. Does Verso have the same voice as Monoko? They sound so similar. I guess you're not gonna tell me what this game is.
I'm ready.
Oh my god.
Just try it.
Me. Let's dance. Okay.
It's not very nice to give me a link. You could just tell me what the game is.
Let's dance.
Uh,
This will hurt.
Let's finish this.
again, I think Lucy would enjoy mouthwashing, which is a sentence. Okay, what is mouthwashing?
Still need your help.
I don't.
Verso. Ready to evade.
Please don't force me to look up some link.
On me.
Oh my god.
Thanks.
Uh-huh. A horror about mouthwash.
Luna, careful. Luna, careful.
Yeah, I'm not, it doesn't feel very interesting. It doesn't feel very appealing to me.
Watch out, Mael.
Not gonna lie. The game that I'm playing is graded overwhelmingly positive. And yet you want me not to play it. Explain that to me.
On guard.
But Expedition really doesn't have any mouthwashing. It has painters. And then it has Verso.
Strike.
That is true. But the game deserves it.
I'm ready.
Whoa. That's true. I should play more Final Fantasy 14.
Parry it.
So much potential.
Why do you hate FF? What's wrong with FF? Oh, it's been a long time, but I've done an ultimate raid.
Careful.
I finished the ultimate raid. I finished the weapon. I've done Ultima Weapon Ultimate, and I've got the weapon, the special ultimate weapon.
Luna, careful.
What's wrong with Final Fantasy?
Finesse and grace.
Because it's not... Because there's no one lore. Each game has its own... Each game is in its own world and has its own story. There's no one lore to Final Fantasy.
Precise. Strike. That spills something.
It's boring. No, it's not. It's better than mouthwash.
I'll do it.
Oh my god. Oh no. Oh my god. This Final Fantasy doesn't depend on a gimmick. And mouthwash sounds like a game that just depends on a gimmick.
Spills some
There you go, I said it. I did the hot take. It doesn't appeal to me because it sounds like a game that just presents a gimmick and depends on it, like their life depends on it. The gimmick is mouthwash. Actually, let me check it out. The fact that I'm seeing more stories about shocking little kids' blog situation above anything else is astonishing. I'm sorry, what? Wait, whose story? Store. Mouthwash. Mouthwashing. Of course it's expensive. Of course it's an expensive game. Oh yeah, also it went from overwhelmingly positive to very positive, so there you go. It looks like a gimmicky game. Let me actually check. Yeah. Expedition 33 is still overwhelmingly positive. It didn't go down to very positive. Featured. Here we go. I've checked it out. I've checked the game. It doesn't look very appealing to me. Would still be, but it's not. Would've, should've, could've, but it's not overwhelmingly positive anymore.
I'll do it.
Careful now.
This game has an interesting story. Okay? I'm already playing a game that has an interesting story. Good stuff so much.
For good stuff.
Yeah, because it's an RPG. It's a long game. It's not a 5-second game. It's a story-driven RPG. Oh my gosh.
Ready to evade.
All right.
Okay.
Let's survive. Which incidentally, I'm actually at the end of the game. The last thing that I have to do is endgame stuff, endgame dungeons, and I can just go and defeat the last boss.
Ready to evade.
Oh my god.
On me.
Oh, that's good damage.
Let's carve a path.
Finesse and grace. Flames. Rain. On guard. Take down their shields.
Danger!
Caught up.
All right.
Lune, watch out.
What? I could have sworn that I parried it. Who's calling?
I'm better.
What?
Get ready.
Oh. What? Okay, I'm not doing very well with the parrying.
Harriet! On guard!
I won't waste this.
I think you will.
Let's finish this.
Okay.
Ready
I
to
feel
evade.
like he'll waste this. Oh my god. Okay, last one last try.
Thanks.
Well, you see, YouTube is censoring some stuff, the stuff which is censoring to be offensive, harmful for children to see, so I guess you need to go on a journey and figure that out. Wait, what are you talking about? Okay, I have no clue what you're talking about. You have to tell me what you're talking about, or else I will not know. Okay?
On guard! Let's spill some ink.
Let's spill some ink. I still don't know why it's from ink and not
I got this.
paint. Let's spill some paint. Maybe that would have been too on the nose.
Take cover.
Yeah, but this world does not feel like it's painted with inks. I don't think. Oh my god.
Merci.
Merci beaucoup. I could have... That was perfect timing. Okay, well, last try. Then we do something else. That was perfect timing. Oh. Nice, thank you, Vladimir.
Incoming.
You're being good to me.
Parry it! On me! On me! Lune, watch out!
Oh my god, I should have parried it. Anyway,
Let's spill some ink.
Once more.
Not leaving you behind. Guard up!
ah, oh my god. Okay,
I won't disappoint. Ready to parry.
I was not ready to parry.
The dance begins. Still need your help. Still need your help.
Danger!
How did I not parry this? Come on. Maybe this one I did too early. That's on me. Okay, last try. Very lazy Lucy. Oh. Lazy Lucy. Womp womp. That's mean.
Careful now.
Like the paintress from Expedition 33. The main antagonist, supposedly.
Guard up! Yes, so dodge!
Take cover!
Still need your help. Ready to parry.
Oh my god.
Just try it.
How?
I'm ready.
Alright. Fallout 4 is a bad game.
I'm ready. Ready to evade.
The fact that you invoke Fallout 4 makes me doubt your taste in games.
Overflowing with energy. A brilliant light.
Did I die again?
Also, yes, you died again. Fallout 4 was bad. Please don't say that it was
Ready
awesome.
to evade. Careful, Verso.
Fallout 4 was the worst Fallout game of them all. Especially compared to New
Ready to
Vegas.
evade.
Ah. They're very similar. One last time. It's bad without mods. I mean, if a game is bad without mods, then it's just bad, okay? A game should need mods to be good. At least Fallout 76 received some patches and improvements. But Fallout 4 is far worse than New Vegas.
I've got this.
Fallout 4 isn't just a bad game, it's a bad Fallout game.
Watch out.
Let's dance.
What do you mean, Grandpa?
I won't disappoint.
Also, Fallout 4 is an old game. At this point.
Watch out, Mael.
There you go.
Ready to evade. Chroma is flowing. The expedition's not over.
True. But games are triggering subjects to me. Just like Final Fantasy Remake. 7 Remake.
Let's dance.
I'll do it.
Okay.
Oh my god. Oh my gosh. All right.
Oh well. Not impressed.
Oh, you died. Okay, we're taking a break for now. These enemies are kicking my ass. Clearly. So we're doing something else. Library. Stop. Confirm. Fallout 4. This is not a good game. Let me see how the summit is going. The brilliant summit. Should turn off some of the... It's a bad role-playing game. Should play Fallout 1, 2, or New Vegas, for that matter. If Fallout 1 and 2 are too archaic. Like, I enjoy Saga Frontier 1, but I know that it's not a very good game. Play Fallout 1, that would be cool. I should, but I should finish some games before starting new ones. Alright, PvP World, here we go. Yeah, but it's objectively not a super good game. Like Clone Survivor. I'd have to start that one from beginning. Ooh. Putin and Trump debate. Putin lands. You're right. I've played like 1,000 hours of Fallout 4 and I've been recently enjoying Fallout 2 after being 1, and that's way better. I know. Fallout 1 and 2 are very good role-playing games. They're actual role-playing games. And Fallout 4 is just... Ugh. They're making some sort of a remake of Fallout 1, actually. Yeah. Fallout 3 is not that good to begin with. Play New Vegas, you will get into New Vegas. I guarantee that you will get into New Vegas. I want the killing to stop, says Trump. I can tolerate Fallout's graphics if the quests are good. You mean 1 and 2? Yes, the quests are good. Because you have a lot more choices to shape the, well, everything. You can become a sex worker in Fallout 1 or 2. One moment, I'll be right back. to Paul Forrest Gump gameplay, but it's most empty feeling of all them aside from 3. Started with New Vegas, then wanted more, so I played 3, which scratches the itch if you use mods. Like, Alright, let's watch the news. Look how friendly they look. Actually, Putin looks a little bit like disgusted with he does not look very.
U.S. President Donald Trump and his Russian counterpart Vladimir Putin are currently taking part in the highly anticipated meeting in Anchorage, Alaska. Peace in Ukraine is on top of the agenda. While departing for Alaska,
Well, I've heard it's not on the top of the agenda. I've heard that they were talking that it's just one of the many topics.
Trump said he would like to see ceasefire implemented, quote, today. It's the first time the pair is meeting since 2019.
Today. Good luck.
The two leaders shook hands as they greeted each other on the red carpet rolled out.
Let me see how long ago was the last airstrike. Air siren in Kyiv. Let me see. Ceasefire implemented today. Good luck with that, okay? Oh, Sume. There are attacks on Ukraine now. There are attacks on Ukraine right now. That's weird. There you go. It should not have been a black screen, but let's restart then. Let me see, Kyiv. When was the last time? Oh, today. Actually. The last attack was today. Huh.
U.S. President Donald Trump and his Russian counterpart Vladimir Putin are currently taking part in the highly anticipated meeting in Anchorage, Alaska. Peace in Ukraine is on top of the agenda. While departing for Alaska, Trump said he would like to see ceasefire implemented, quote, today.
Yeah, good luck. I don't believe that will happen.
First time the pair is meeting since 2019. The two leaders shook hands as they greeted each other on the red carpet rolled out on the tarmac of the Joint Base Elmendorf-Richardson before driving off in the same car. They were then seen sharing a laugh. Speculations on what kind of deal could be reached in Alaska have been popping up, with sources hinting at a potential freeze of the conflict along the current front lines in exchange for lifting of sanctions, or a land swap, which, however, has been ruled out by Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky as going against the country's constitution. Zelensky remained cautiously optimistic ahead of the summit, expressing hope that it would lead to a just peace.
I don't have that hope. I'm very pessimistic, in fact.
High-stakes meeting is also providing space for top officials from both Moscow and Washington to hold bilateral talks. The meetings are expected to run for many hours.
We'll see. Big win already for Putin. There we go. For Putin, the summit is already a big win that he can portray as evidence that years of Western attempts to isolate Russia have unraveled, and that Moscow is retaking its rightful place at the top table of international diplomacy. Trump, who once said he would end Russia's war in Ukraine within 24 hours, conceded on Thursday it had proven a tougher task than he had expected. He said if Friday's talks went well, quickly arranging a second three-way summit with Zelensky would be even more important than his encounter with Putin. Kremlin spokesman Dmitry Peskov said a three-way summit would be possible if the Alaska talks bore fruit. Interfax news agency reported that Peskov also said Friday's talks could last 6 to 7 hours. Zelensky said the summit should open the way for just peace, and three-way talks that included him but added that Russia was continuing to wage war. A Russian ballistic missile earlier struck Ukraine's Dnipropetrovsk region, killing one person and wounding another. Because of course, it's time to end the war, and the necessary steps must be taken by Russia. We are counting on America. Good luck. Good luck. Smart guy, because of course Trump has much more respect for Putin than Zelensky. Trump said there is mutual respect between him and Putin. He's a smart guy, been doing it for a long time, but so have I. No, you've not. You've not been doing this for a long time. What do you mean? We get along. There's a good respect level on both sides. Trump said, you've done politics much shorter than Putin did. He also welcomed Putin's decision to bring business people to Alaska. Jesus Christ. But they're not doing business until we get the war settled, he said, repeating a threat of economically severe consequences for Russia if the summit goes badly. The United States has the internal discussions on using Russian nuclear-powered icebreaker vessels to support the development of gas and LNG projects in Alaska as one of the possible deals to aim for, three sources familiar with the matter told Reuters. We'll see. The source familiar with Kremlin thinking said it looked as if the two sides had been able to find some common ground. Apparently some terms will be agreed upon, because Trump cannot be refused and we are not in a position to refuse due to sanctions pressure, said the source who spoke on condition of anonymity because of the matter's sensitivity. Putin has said he is open to a full ceasefire, but that issues of verification must first be sorted out. One compromise could be a truce in the air war. Zelensky has ruled out formally handing Moscow any territory and is also seeking a security guarantee backed by the United States, which might prove difficult under Donald Trump. We'll see. With not many Trump-Putin conclude high-stakes summit on Ukraine. There you go. So we could find out what happened. Two leaders began their meeting at the U.S. military joint base Elmondorf, Richardson in Ansorgate at around 11:30 a.m. local time. The event will mark their first face-to-face talks. The meeting concluded around 2 p.m. local time, approximately 2.5 hours after the talks began. Putin and Trump are expected to hold a joint news conference at the conclusion of their meeting. U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio and Special Envoy Steve Witkoff accompanied Trump to the meeting, while Russian Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov and President aide Yuri Ushakov participated alongside Putin in a 3-on-3 meeting. The discussions will also include a working breakfast and negotiations in a wide format in a 5-on-5 structure. As ongoing discussions between the two world leaders continue, Russia has launched multiple aerial attacks towards Ukraine, because of course it has. Why would it not, right? Why would it stop any attacks during the Alaska summit? The Air Force said that a group of Russian attack drones were en route towards Dnipropetrovsk Oblast, while a Russian Cab glide bomb was deployed targeting Ukraine's frontline regions. Trump and his team boarded Air Force One at the Joint Base Andrews in Maryland just before 8 a.m. local time, starting a 7-hour flight to Alaska. Wow, going from Maryland. That's a good sign. Talking to journalists aboard the plane, Trump said that territorial swaps will be discussed in the talks, but he has got to let Ukraine make that decision, adding he thinks they'll make a proper decision. So he'll basically try to bully and pressure Ukraine to agree to the swaps. That's what I'm reading. But I'm not here to negotiate for Ukraine. That much is clear. The US president said, claiming that Putin will be taking all of Ukraine if Trump were not in office. He also said that Russia may be trying to set the stage for negotiations by fresh drone strikes. Maybe it's just his fabric, his genes, his genetics, but he thinks that gives him strength in negotiating. I think it hurts him, he said, adding he would discuss the matter with Putin. Zelensky has addressed the situation on the front lines, claiming Ukraine is making progress. We're countering attempts by Russian forces to gain a foothold and increasing pressure from our units, Zelensky wrote. Today, a decision has been made to further strengthen this and other areas in Donetsk Oblast. On August 11, Ukrainian battlefield monitoring group Deep State reported that Russian forces had pushed towards the Dobropilya-Kramatorsk highway in eastern Donetsk Oblast, capturing positions in nearby settlements to support further offensive operations. Let's see. Let's see if there's anything. No. Nothing new. Nothing new. Nihil novi. We're gonna have to wait. We're gonna have to wait for any news from the summit. We'll see. Trump's so used to talking out of his ass. I wouldn't be surprised if gas was constantly leaking out. Damn. That is brutal. If Dr. Jones was here, then we would be able to do some live.
Yes, you can see them right here. This is the one who was heading up.
Ooh.
If I'm right, is this the guy that's...
Let me see. There's a live feed. Ooh, there's a live feed. All right. Live coverage. There'll be a press conference. How exciting, huh? How exciting. Biker rules. It ended. We still have the thing ended, but there's still a press conference that's gonna happen. If memory serves, Or did the conference end already? What the press conference already ended? It doesn't look like it did.
None of these three are.
No, it doesn't look like it did. Like the meeting between Trump and Putin sort of ended, but we still have to have our press conference to learn, what happened during it. Damn. Yeah. The meeting ended. Good luck. I'll be so shocked if they will come out and say, well, we decided on a ceasefire that is going into effect right now. Oh, and we're gonna give back Ukraine all of the land, and we're gonna have a nice business deal. Capitalism. Capitalisms.
It's a 3G, 4G phone. It'll work better. You don't have the adapter.
Can't break it now. I'm Bluetoothing into my thing, but thanks.
Yours. I usually do a USB-C hardwire.
Does that work on USB-C?
Mm-hmm. So do the new cell phones.
Yeah. I do have that cable. I'm just in the middle of it now.
Yeah, it's fine. The flip phones are a little, they're older.
Yeah.
They don't take as much bandwidth.
Yeah, I'm gonna go grab a hot dog while we wait for the conference. The space conference. How exciting. We'll see if we'll get anything. I'll go grab a drink as well. I'm out. When will it start? Jesus. Why are there so many pro-Russian people in the chat for the conference? All right. Ready? What a weird chat. How many people are watching this? Not many, actually.
I want to bring Mary Bruce back into this. She's inside that room. Mary, give me a sense of the room and how quick this scramble was to get everyone back in, because you all learned that there has been
watching here.
Some sort of wrap to this meeting and some sort of announcement that they're going to want to make together on that stage.
Yeah, certainly a sign that there's some kind of progress here that has been
More
happening. We
people
haven't gotten yet the
pro-Ukraine
official
here.
word that this meeting, that this bilateral meeting that has now been going on for over 3 hours, we haven't been told officially that that has wrapped yet, but clearly, as you mentioned, this meeting and their time together was supposed to go on for much longer. They were expected to have that meal together, a bigger sit-down between the two delegations. That has been scrapped.
It lasted
all of us
3 hours.
reporters who were sitting here, getting our questions ready, waiting, sort of hunkering down, expecting several more hours before we would be in this position, suddenly scrambled, racing in here. I'm surrounded by hundreds of reporters, hundreds of cameras, the U.S. press, the White House
I'm not sure if it means that it went well or it just went to shit.
Sitting at attention, waiting to learn what has happened, what progress, if any, has been made. As we said, the president indicated he would simply walk away if there was not something to announce. Clearly, there is now something to announce. It is not just this room that is waiting, it is the world, and it is certainly Ukraine who has the most on the line in this summit, waiting eagerly to learn what has been discussed, what progress has been made. And remember, the president did say that he was going to call President Zelensky as soon as he wrapped up his meeting. Another question that we will have for the president here, David.
Mary, you've covered President Trump for many years. You covered him as a candidate as well.
Oh, my God.
And we both know that he knows what 6:30 means back in the United States, that millions of Americans tune in for the evening news. He knows by calling this news conference now that he'll have additional eyes watching whatever comes of this summit.
Regularly does it a bit differently than past presidents, where he just sort of.
I might as well change the title of the
David, I think I
stream.
lost you there for a moment, but certainly I believe you were alluding to President Trump's stagecraft. He certainly understands the timing of broadcasts. He certainly knows that if he wants to get a lot of attention and eyeballs, he knows how to do it, and he certainly is doing just that right now.
Mary Bruce, inside the room as we await a news conference, a joint news conference with President Trump and Vladimir Putin. obviously, of Russia for this historic summit on U.S. soil in Anchorage, Alaska. They have been meeting for more than 2 hours. President Putin had said going into this meeting that he wanted to talk about more than just Ukraine. He was aware that President Trump wanted a ceasefire. He talked about the sincerity of that, the energy of that was complimentary to President Trump in the days leading up to the summit.
He always says that is going well, so it doesn't tell me anything.
Business relationships and nuclear issues with President Trump as well. Obviously, we'll have to wait to hear what they tell reporters as to what was discussed. You heard Mary talk about the people of Ukraine also waiting to hear if there's been any movement in trying to end this war. I want to bring in Ian Pannell, our chief foreign correspondent. He's in Kyiv. He's covered the war for years now for us. And Ian, I gather many people are up in the middle of the night there waiting to hear if there's been any movement here.
Yeah, that's right, David. I think everyone is fixed onto their TV screens, listening to their radios and waiting to see what the news is, not least, of course, the president of the country, Zelensky, who is promised that phone call from President Trump when this meeting finishes. I think many people were concerned that if it ended quickly, perhaps it was bad news. But if it ends quickly and there's a joint press conference, then perhaps hopes are raised that there could be a ceasefire. But people are going to be very cautious here. They've been burnt before. Ukraine has signed peace deals in the past involving America, involving Russia, that have been broken, promises that have not been kept. So people will want to see the details of this. Stage one, of course, would be a potential ceasefire, but then comes the tricky part of negotiations, potentially a trilateral meeting involving Zelensky, Putin and Trump, but then they've got to try and resolve some of the differences. Russia occupies 20% of Ukrainian land, 1/5 of the territory has Russian troops on it. They're going to have to negotiate what happens to that territory, who controls it, and as well, Russia also maintains its original aims of the war. Set out, we were standing here 3.5 years ago talking to you as the war started. Vladimir Putin saying essentially he doesn't recognize Ukraine as a valid state, doesn't want it allied to the West, doesn't want it part of NATO, and doesn't want it militarily
Question is,
strong.
how does Trump
how
see it?
are you going to bridge those important differences? Those are the details that will have to be worked out. But if, and it is a large if at this moment, they come onto that stage and they announce that there is a ceasefire, there will be enormous relief in this country. Finally, people will be able to rest, at least for now, and then worry about what comes tomorrow.
It's impossible to overstate the challenge that lies ahead, whether there is a ceasefire here or not. Ian, something that you just brought up, which I think is really important for our audience, is just to remind them of where this all stands. Of course, Americans have been deeply following the war in Ukraine since the invasion more than 3.5 years ago. And Ian, as you point out, Russian gains, they are now overseeing, if you will, or in control of, at least for now, about 20% of the eastern part of Ukraine. Vladimir Putin has signaled that he doesn't want to give any of that up. In fact, there are a couple of areas where he wants more territory. And of course, President Zelensky has said that territory is rightfully belongs to Ukraine and the people of Ukraine, that the Constitution wouldn't allow him to give that up, even though Russia made gains after the invasion. So again, if, and it's a big if, they announce a ceasefire here today, it would seem there's going to be quite a challenge when they get President Zelensky, President Putin, President Trump to a table, if that's what potentially is coming next here.
Yeah, they're ready.
Yeah, it's a huge gulf. It's not just that Vladimir Putin wants that territory. He also changed his constitution. He now enshrines Ukrainian provinces, think of them like American states, as part of Russia. So that would mean we're changing the Russian constitution
back.
To relinquish that territory, which seems unthinkable. I mean, Russian troops are on the front foot, on the front lines in the east of the country at the moment. They're not taking huge amounts of ground. The front lines have moved marginally over time, and Russian troops are slowly advancing at a cost of tens, if not hundreds of thousands of lives to Russia and to Ukraine. But nevertheless, Ukraine is stretched very, very thin. The flow of weapons, the flow of defensive weapons and offensive weapons.
Of course, Trump might feel like he has landed a success, but it might be horrible for Ukraine.
Agreed to give to Ukraine has effectively stopped. That President Trump has not authorized those long-range weapons to continue to flow. So Ukraine's ability to defend itself has been weakened. Ukraine knows it's on the back foot, but again, Zelensky is in the same position. His constitution enshrines the integrity of Ukrainian land. And that's something that the Europeans have been trying to stress to Donald Trump, that you can't negotiate away the territory. So how do you resolve that? How do you recognize somehow that Russia occupies parts of your land and have a lasting peace? And again, I go back to peace treaties that have been broken before, Ukrainians mistrustful.
Ian Panel in Kyiv for us. Ian,
I think anybody that's close geographically to Russia is mistrustful.
So many of us on this team have been to Ukraine a number of times. Martha Raddatz included in that. I've been there. We've brought the broadcast there many times during this war, interviewed President Zelensky in the middle of all of this. And again, as Mary pointed out earlier, President Trump did promise President Zelensky during conversations earlier this week that he would call him after this summit wraps up to give him a readout of what played out. We did show this video. I want to show it again and again. This is a live picture. The moment those two leaders walk out, we'll carry it live, so you're not going to want to tune away. We'll hear from them if there's been progress made here today in Anchorage, Alaska. But moments ago, we got images in of Vladimir Putin. It appeared to show him leaving the summit after more than 2.5 hours or so with President Trump, 2 delegates with Vladimir Putin, 2 delegates, Steve Witkoff and Secretary of State Marco Rubio, with President Trump. I would gather they're preparing to now come out onto that stage in front of the International Press Corps. Rachel Scott is in that room. And Rachel, it's my understanding when we saw everyone sort of hold up their phones there for a moment, I think people at home watching this live might have wondered, does that mean the president's coming out? But Steve Witkoff, the special envoy who was in Russia, helped to set up this summit, who was there again today, was walking into the room.
The biggest incompetent buffoon ever.
Right, David. It was the special envoy, Steve Witkoff, who walked into the room, sat in the first row there, and there's still several seats that are empty. Witkoff actually just left the room right now, that it's very unclear when exactly this potential press conference is going to be starting. This was a complete and total scramble, the timeline shifting up, the White House calling on officials and calling on us to quickly assemble and come into this area and await for the arrival of President Trump and possibly President Putin. We did notice that they were doing mic checks on 2 of the podiums that are here. Steve Witkoff played a very critical role, as you mentioned, David, in setting up today's summit and today's meeting. I traveled with the president on Air Force One here to Alaska, and it was notable just how aligned his message was with our European allies following a big call that they all had. The president telling me that today his goal is to get Ukraine and Russia to a table to negotiate a ceasefire at some point, but it would be up to Ukraine. It would be ultimately their decision to decide if there are any territorial swaps. Of course, we have heard from Ukrainian President Zelensky, he has been adamant that should
the
not
Polish
happen
president who was requested for by Trump,
the president
said
says
that
that
decisive action must be taken.
Well, Rachel, we have our normal viewers who are watching at 6:30 and those around the country who've tuned in a little earlier than normal because of our live coverage here tonight. And in reading the tea leaves, I don't want to get ahead of ourselves too quickly here, Rachel, but just reading the tea leaves, President Trump said going into this summit that if it didn't go well, he could potentially walk out, return to Washington, but that even if it didn't go well, he would address reporters at least on his own. And the fact that you point out that they tested both mics, that the media has been told to expect a press conference with both leaders would portend perhaps some movement here on trying to get some sort of resolution.
It doesn't mean that it's good for Ukraine, though. It could be. It could mean that Trump sees it as good for himself.
We did get a surprise visitor. It was the President of the United States. He suddenly came back. He spoke to reporters, and he was very clear that he would be willing to walk out of this meeting if he did not get what he needed or did not hear what he needed to from the Russian president. So the sign that, and the fact that this has now gone on, I was in that earlier spray inside of the room when we saw these 2 leaders sitting side by side. I shouted several questions at President
President Putin about a ceasefire and if he would stop killing Ukrainian civilians. Putin did not respond, although he did appear to whisper something back to me. But just the sign that this has lasted this long is a sign that there could be potential progress.
Even MSNBC Scott is so much.
He was prepared to come out here and address the camera, and now we're waiting to see if President Putin is going to join.
It's so much be very
Rachel
embarrassing.
Scott, part of our team.
This is ABC News, not MSNBC.
Mary Bruce, also in the room. And Mary, I see people holding up their cameras right now, and of course that. There you go. Some of the dignitaries now entering the room. Sergei Lavrov among them. Right there in the front row, part of the Russian delegation.
White House Chief of Staff.
Steve Witkoff, we know, entered the room, then left the room.
Witkoff, God, I hate him. I hate Witkoff, such an idiot.
Chief of Staff for the White House.
He screwed up so bad.
Secretary Bessent, Treasury Secretary Bessent, among others, there, part of the U.S. delegation, of course, in Anchorage, Alaska, for this historic summit with Vladimir Putin. The defense secretary as well. You heard Martha Raddatz talk earlier about how President Trump had said going into this that he would know, and fairly quickly, if there was going to be progress with Vladimir Putin. Halfway through the week, they did lower expectations a bit, saying that this was going to be, in some ways, a listening exercise. But the president remaining optimistic all week long, and even on Air Force One, as Rachel Scott just reported, she was on Air Force One traveling with the president. He sounded optimistic as well. He believed, he said late this week, that Vladimir Putin was coming to this summit because he wanted to make a deal of some sort.
Yeah.
President Trump confident.
It doesn't mean that it's good for Ukraine,
Marco Rubio, who was also in the room with President Trump and Vladimir Putin, along with Steve Witkoff. Of course, we'll learn more about what played out in that room. More than 2.5 hours, this summit in Anchorage, Alaska. We were told that there would be some sort of a working lunch, working session of sorts with larger delegations from both countries that would follow the summit itself between these two leaders. We were told that was scrapped. And as we've been reporting here, reporters from the International Press Corps were scrambled, if you will, told to get into the press room more quickly than they thought this would come for this joint press conference. And again, we have been saying here that President Trump had, leading into this summit, said that at the very least, I will address reporters on the backside, even if it's not about what I want it to be. I will take questions from reporters in that audience, but they have been testing both microphones. You can see the Russian delegation there in the front row. Every indication, obviously, is that we're going to hear from both of these leaders on a day when the timing of this was moved up. The working session that followed the summit was scrapped. It would appear, and I don't want to get ahead of ourselves here, that there has been some sort of progress in this effort to try to get to a ceasefire. Again,
progress is very vague.
That the
we'll see that if it's progress good for
very important
Ukraine.
to him, and a ceasefire today. But he also acknowledged that the
Ladies
more
and gentlemen, the President of the United States
Okay,
of America,
announcement.
let's go.
The President
of the Russian
of the
Federation.
United States and Vladimir
Let's
Putin
go.
taking the stage.
Let's
Let's
see.
watch and let's listen. We'll report on the backside.
Let's see what happens.
Уважаемый господин президент, дамы и господа, наши переговоры прошли в конструктивной и взаимоуважительной атмосфере. Были весьма обстоятельными и полезными. Хотел бы еще раз поблагодарить моего американского коллегу за предложение приехать на Аляску. Вполне логично встретиться именно здесь, ведь наши страны, хоть нас разделяют океаны, на самом деле близкие соседи. И я, когда мы встретились, вот, вышли из самолетов, я так сказал: добрый день, дорогой сосед, очень приятно видеть вас в добром здравии и живым. И по-соседски это очень звучит, по-моему, по-доброму.
And I think that's some
Нас разделяет только
kind words that we can
пролив,
say
да
to
и
each
то,
other.
там два
We're
острова
separated by the Strait of
между
Bering, though there are two islands
российским
only
и
between the Russian island and the U.S. island. They're only 4 kilometers apart. We're close neighbors, and it's a
Важно также,
fact.
что с Аляской связана
It's also
значительная
important
часть
that
общей
Alaska
истории
has to do with our common heritage, common history between Russia and the U.S.
Common
And many
heritage.
positive events have to do with that territory. Still, there is tremendous cultural heritage back from the Russian Russian America. For example, Orthodox churches and a lot of more than 700 geographical names of Russian origin. During the Second World War, it was here in Alaska that was the origin of the legendary air bridge for the supply of military aircraft and other equipment under the Lend-Lease program. It was a dangerous and treacherous route over the vast emptiness of ice. However, the pilots of both countries did everything to bring closer the victory. They risked their lives and they gave it all for the common victory. I was just in the city of Magadan in Russia, and there is a memorial there dedicated to the Russian and the U.S. pilots. And there are two flags, the U.S. flag and the Russian flag. And I know that here as well there is such a memorial. There is a military burial place several kilometers away from here. The Soviet pilots are buried there who died during that dangerous mission. We're thankful to the citizens and the government of the U.S. for carefully taking care of their memory. I think that's very worthy and noble. We'll always remember
can
other
we
historical
get to the
examples
point,
when our
please?
countries defeated common enemies together in the spirit of battle camaraderie and alliance that supported each other and facilitated each other. I'm sure that this heritage will help us rebuild and foster mutually beneficial and equal ties at this new stage, even during the hardest conditions. It is known that there have been no summits between Russia and the U.S. for 4 years, and that's a long time. This time was very hard for bilateral relations, and let's be frank, they've fallen to the lowest point since the Cold War. I think that's not benefiting our countries and the world as a whole. It is apparent that sooner or later we had to amend the situation to move on from the confrontation to dialogue. And in this case, a personal meeting between the heads of state has been long overdue. Naturally, under the condition of serious and painstaking work, and this work has been done in general. Me and President Trump have very good direct contact. We've spoken multiple times. We spoke frankly on the phone.
I want to know what happened, not some fluffy nonsense.
Of the president, Mr. Witkoff traveled out to Russia several times. Our advisors and heads of foreign ministries kept in touch all the time. And you know fully well that one of the central issues was the situation around Ukraine. We see the strive of the administration and President Trump personally to help facilitate the resolution of the Ukrainian conflict. And his strive to get to the crux of the matter, to understand this history, is precious. As I've said, the situation in Ukraine has to do with fundamental threats to our security. Moreover, we've always considered the Ukrainian nation, and I've said it multiple times, a brotherly nation. However strange it may sound in these conditions, we have the same roots, and everything that's happening is a tragedy for us and terrible wound. Therefore, the country is sincerely interested in putting an end to it. At the same time, we're convinced that in order to make the settlement lasting and long-term, we need to eliminate all the primary roots, the primary causes of that conflict. And we've said it multiple times, to consider all legitimate concerns of Russia and to reinstate a just balance of security in Europe and in the world on the whole. And I agree with President Trump, as he has said today, that naturally the security of Ukraine should be ensured as well. Naturally, we're prepared to work on that. I would like to hope that the agreement that we've reached together will help us bring closer that goal and will pave the path towards peace in Ukraine. We expect that Kiev and European capitals will perceive that constructively and that they won't throw a wrench in the works. They will not make any attempts to use some backroom dealings and to conduct provocations to torpedo the nascent progress.
So I've not heard anything. Nothing.
Incidentally, when the new administration came to power, bilateral trade started to grow. It's still very symbolic. Still, we have a growth of 20%. As I've said, we have a lot of dimensions for joint work. It is clear that the U.S. and Russian investment and business cooperation has tremendous potential. Russia and the U.S. can offer each other so much in trade, digital, high-tech, and in space exploration. We see that Arctic cooperation is also very possible. and our international context, for example, between the Far East of Russia and the West Coast of the U.S. Overall, it's very important for our countries to turn the page, to go back to cooperation. It is symbolic that not far away from
what did they agree on?
Between Russia and the U.S., there was a so-called international dateline. I think you can step over, literally, from yesterday into tomorrow. And I hope that we'll succeed in that. In political sphere, I would like to thank President Trump for our joint work, for the well-wishing and trustworthy tone of our conversation. It's important that both sides are result-oriented, and we see that the President of the U.S. has a very clear idea of what he would like to achieve.
So are we going to hear anything?
He sincerely cares about prosperity of his nation. Still, he understands that
maybe Trump will say
Russia
something
has its
because
own
this
national
is
interests. I expect that today's
this is
agreements
fluff.
will be the starting point, not only for the solution of the Ukrainian issue, but also will help us bring back business-like and pragmatic relations between Russia and the U.S. And in the end, I would like to add one more thing. I'd like to remind you that in 2022, during the last contact with the previous administration, I tried to convince my previous American colleague that the situation should not be brought to the point of no return when it would come to hostilities. And I said it quite directly back then that it's a big mistake.
You invaded!
Today, when President Trump saying that if he was the president back then, there will be no war. And I'm quite sure that it would indeed be so. I can confirm that. I think that overall, me and President Trump have built a very good business-like and trustworthy contact. And I have every reason to believe that moving down this path, we can come, and the sooner the better, to the end of the conflict in Ukraine. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, any specifics on what was agreed upon? Any?
Mr. President, that was very profound, and I will say that I believe we had a very productive meeting. There were many, many points that we agreed on, most of them, I would say, a couple of big ones.
Okay,
that
tell
we
them.
haven't quite gotten there, but we've made some headway.
What the fuck?
So,
we haven't gotten there.
There's a deal.
Headway.
I will call up NATO in a little while. I will call up the various people that I think are appropriate, and I'll, of course, call up President Zelensky and tell him about today's meeting. It's ultimately up to them. They're going to have to agree with what Marco and Steve and some of the great people from the Trump administration who've come here, Scott and John Radcliffe. Thank you very much. But we have some of our really great leaders. They've been doing a phenomenal job. We also have some tremendous Russian business representatives here. And I think, everybody wants to deal with us. We've become the hottest country anywhere in the world in a very short period of time. And we look forward to that. We look forward to dealing. We're going to try and get this over with.
I don't know.
We really made some great progress today. I've always had a fantastic relationship with President Putin, with Vladimir. We had many tough meetings, good meetings. We were interfered with by the Russia hoax. That made it a little bit tougher to deal with, but he understood it. I think he's probably seen things like that during the course of his career. He's seen it all. But
even
we had
more
to put
fluff.
up with the Russia hoax. He knew it was a hoax, and I knew it was a hoax. But what was done was very criminal. But it made it harder for us to deal as a country in terms of the business and all of the things that we'd like to have dealt with. But we'll have a good chance when this is over. So just to put it very quickly, I'm going to start making a few phone calls and tell them what happened. But we had an extremely productive meeting, and many points were agreed to. There are just a very few that are left. Some are not that significant. One is probably the most significant. But we have a very good chance of getting there. We didn't get there, but we have a very good chance of getting there. I would like to thank President Putin and his entire team, whose faces, who I know in many cases, other than that, whose faces I get to see all the time in the newspapers. You're almost as famous as the boss, but especially this one right over here. But we had some good meetings over the years, right? Good, productive meetings over the years.
Is this a joke?
We hope to have that in the future, but let's do the most productive one right now. We're going to stop really 5, 6, 7,000, thousands of people a week from being killed, and President Putin wants to see that as much as I do. So, again, Mr. President, I'd like to thank you very much, and we'll speak to you very soon and probably see you again very soon. Thank you very much, Vladimir.
Next time in Moscow.
Oh, that's an interesting one. I don't know. I'll get a little heat on that one, but I could see it possibly happening. Thank you very much, Vladimir. And thank you all. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
As we wait to see if the president will take any questions from the room. There you have it.
What was
Putin
that?
First addressing reporters, then President Trump addressing reporters as well, talking about what he called, this is President Trump, an extremely productive meeting. That's how he characterized the summit. He said
What
many
the hell
points
was
we
that?
agreed to. There are some points left, including one point that's pretty significant. Did not go into detail about what that point was. He did say we're going to save thousands of lives, and he believes that President Putin wants that as well, but didn't clearly say flat out that they have agreed to a ceasefire that begins, whenever. That was not declared by either one of these leaders. He also said that he would be contacting NATO and calling President Zelensky, as we had been reporting in our coverage earlier today. President Trump earlier this week promised that he would call President Zelensky after this summit. So a clear indication from President Trump that call has not happened yet, though he fully intends to do so.
Brilliant
he also
meeting.
intends to call his
We've heard nothing,
European
basically.
allies in the EU, leaders of, I gather, the UK, France, other countries
This could mean
that have been
anything.
involved in
And
the coalition that has
probably
supported Ukraine.
Ukraine
from
has
the
to
very
agree to
beginning.
some ridiculous
I want to bring in
land
Mary
concessions.
Bruce, who is in the press briefing room. And Mary, if you can hear me, I'm just bringing
Nothing
the
burger.
audience up to
Literally.
speed here on what we have
Worse than nothing
just
burger. A
witnessed
bunch
here
of
together
filler.
live on the air. Again, President Trump
We've
calling
been
this
told
extremely
nothing.
productive, saying many points agreed to, some
He
points
always
left.
says
He
that.
said one
He
point
always
is pretty
says that.
significant, but he suggested that perhaps we could get there. I did not hear, and correct me if I'm wrong, I did not hear any declaration of a ceasefire.
Yeah, I did not hear anything.
No, you certainly did not. And I have to say, I don't think I've ever been left after hearing from the President of the United States with so many questions. They both came out in these short remarks suggesting that progress has been made. Vladimir Putin using the word agreement, saying
They
I
both
expect
said
that today's
nothing.
agreement will be a good starting point. The President
They probably
referencing
agreed
the
to
fact
something
there
among
was there,
themselves,
which hinted at
and
the
now
point that
they will try to
didn't
pressure
get. It
Ukraine to
appears
agree
the
to
full
something
ceasefire
ridiculous,
that President
and the
Trump
whole
was
thing
hoping
will
for.
hinge
But
on
he
it.
got deluded
I'm
on his
already
progress.
telling you.
What is the progress? That is the big question, and one that we still
Because
do
they
not have
mentioned
the answer
Ukraine
to.
will
This
have to
was
agree to some
incredibly
things.
vague. And I have to say, with quite literally the entire world watching, with the future of Ukraine hanging in the balance, to not have any clarity here is pretty astounding. Now,
Yeah.
President Trump said he was going, obviously, to be speaking with Ukrainian President Zelensky. He was hoping that coming out of this meeting that they were going to have a ceasefire and that he was going to be announcing a trilateral.
Trump's the kind of guy that would brag if he achieved something right away. Yeah. I mean, he openly said that he didn't, that they didn't get there, and that they feel that it's close, that they might, and that
Mary,
Ukraine will have to
perhaps
agree
I'll
to
give you a
something.
little break here for our
That's the
audience
only
at
thing
home.
that
We're
we
going to
know.
stay on the air through 7:30 Eastern here for another 20 minutes or so. We're going to let our White House teams do some reporting here in the meantime. Mary and Rachel Scott
my
are
God.
also traveling with the president to try to see if we can get some clarity from the White House about what this agreement is, because you did hear Vladimir Putin there at the top of the press conference, as Mary just alluded to, and I heard it as well. Vladimir Putin saying that they had reached an agreement, though he did not offer any details of what this agreement would be. Vladimir Putin talking about the relationship between the U.S. and Russia, the chilliness to that relationship for a very long time. He said it was time to re-engage both countries. He talked about Alaska too, by the way, and the history of Alaska, which, by the way, was sold to the U.S. back in 1867. Many of you have read that in the coverage leading up to this summit. Sold for $7.2 million back in 1867. Talked about the history of Alaska. The common heritage, he called it. Vladimir Putin then went on to talk about the economy and about trade with the U.S., talked about the trustworthy nature of the conversation with President Trump and the others who were in the room from the Trump administration. And he used the word agreement. We all took note of that.
None of them said anything.
Well,
it's just a big bust. It's just a big
speaking that perhaps he would shed some light on
waste
what this
of time.
agreement is. So when President Trump began speaking, you all heard it with us at home. He said it was an extremely productive meeting. Many points agreed
he always says that. He always says that about all of his talks.
Clarity we had
that it's productive,
from President
and
Trump.
then Ukraine gets
we had
bombed.
An extremely productive meeting, and many points were agreed to.
It's a meaningless statement.
That are left. Some are not
meaningless.
that significant. One is probably
Empty.
the most significant, but we have a very good chance of getting there. I guess my notes were pretty close to what the actual quote was. Martha Raddatz, our chief global affairs anchor, is on the ground in Anchorage. And Martha, we knew this would be high stakes. President Trump used those words going into this summit. And as of now, there is not much clarity as to what this agreement
Not much clarity. They said nothing.
Is. And certainly they did not use the word ceasefire.
They did not use that word at all, and that's what President Trump said. Unless he had a ceasefire at the end of these meetings, there would be severe consequences. It certainly doesn't
Didn't even
sound
give
like
anything to discuss
like
for
that
this
is
stream.
going to
I
happen.
know! What
But
the
as
hell
Mayor
is
said,
this?
It was completely vague. I think all of us were sitting there waiting
What
for
the hell?
Donald Trump to announce just what an agreement was, if there was an agreement, and we got nothing.
Like,
in my notes, David, I have that Donald Trump said no deal until there is a deal. So that's probably the firmest thing he said, that there was no deal, even though he said there was progress in these.
What the hell is
several
happening?
different
What am I
points.
even doing
And,
here?
You know, obviously the Russians have several sticking points. Ukraine has a lot of sticking points, and we don't know exactly what Donald Trump believes was agreed upon in this meeting. But it does not sound, and he certainly did not announce any kind of ceasefire, and that is what Donald Trump said he wanted, and it doesn't appear that's what he got. Is there progress in that relationship? Vladimir Putin seemed very happy about the meeting and getting to meet
That
with Donald
does not
Trump
make
again.
me feel
You
good,
heard the
okay?
president
That
also bring up
Putin
what he
is
calls the Russia
happy.
hoax. That in 2018 is what he talked about a lot.
He always
But
brings
this
it
meeting,
up.
there is so
Non-stop.
much at stake.
He
The
always
future
brings
of
it up.
Ukraine, people on the ground, war, and the incredible toll that war has taken over these past 3 years. So the call
What a
to
joke.
Zelensky, I don't think he is going to be pleased about that call, because just listening to Vladimir Putin say how the relationship has changed and that they're talking again is not necessarily going to please Zelensky. David.
Well, Martha, your notes match mine. I have here no deal until there's a deal, according to President Trump, and that he then went on to say, I will be calling NATO shortly, and I will be calling President Zelensky, of course, of Ukraine. And as I had mentioned,
remarkably
a
well,
conversation
Putin's
earlier in the
envoy
week
says.
involving President Trump, European leaders, and President Zelensky, during which President Trump
I'm so
promised
happy that
President
Russia's
Zelensky that
happy
he
with
would
this.
call him right after the summit.
That's
President
a bad
Trump telling
sign.
the world that the call hasn't happened, though he
That
fully
is a
intends
bad
to do
sign that
I
Russia
want to
is
bring in our
happy
chief
with this
foreign
summit.
correspondent, Ian Pannell, because Ian, you were watching this play out live right along with the rest of us. You've spent a lot of time in Ukraine. What did you read into what you heard? And you and I were talking before they came out on that stage and talked about.
I read that Ukraine is going to be put before a difficult choice, and the whole thing will hinge on it. That's what I heard.
Left one pretty significant point. I would gather, once we learn the details of this, the significant point likely involves much of that land and who is going to get much of this 20% of this territory that Russia fully intends to hold on to, and that Ukraine has signaled it's not willing to give up.
Yeah, I think there's far more that we don't know than we do know after that press conference. I think many people were sat glued watching the TV, waiting to hear what the announcement was, and are rather perplexed now. I think the cynics would say it was much ado about nothing. There was no mention of a ceasefire.
I am a cynic,
the war continues. There's no indication that the guns will stop firing, the drones will stop flying, the ballistic missiles will stop landing on civilian buildings across the country.
This is even worse than I thought.
Will continue to shoot at each other on the front lines.
This is even worse than I thought.
At the moment, in the details that we have, there's no indication of an immediate relief for the Ukrainian people. President Zelensky will be waiting for that phone call from Donald Trump to find out what it is that they did discuss. As you say, Vladimir Putin indicated there was an agreement. President Trump didn't go that far. He said there's no deal until there is a deal. So what are the details? And if you can't even get to the first stage of agreeing, which is what Ukraine have been pushing for, with American backing, with the backing of the so-called coalition of the willing Britain, France and Germany, as well as other allies, that you start with the ceasefire and then you go on to negotiate all those difficult details.
Good luck. I never believed that would happen.
What do you do with the 20,000 children that have been taken by Russia? How do
I bet they never even
reparations
discussed this, the children.
issues? That was supposed to be the way that this happened, but they didn't. As
Her already planned night with watching discussions. I guess no such thing. Good luck. Jesus Christ, this is such a disappointment.
That is going to be deeply disappointing to many people here. If you're sat at home with your children close in arms, worrying about whether or not the drones will start flying again tonight, you just heard no relief at all.
So again, 7:16 here in the East. We're going to stay on the air until 7:30 to see if we can get any more reporting on this. Ian Pannell, of course, our chief foreign correspondent, who is in the capital of Kyiv, reporting on how Ukrainians are likely going to receive this news, that even though President Zelensky was not at the table and they were not happy about that, they were very hopeful that President Trump would be able to convince Vladimir Putin to at least establish a ceasefire. President Trump made that very clear on Air Force One again today on his way to Anchorage, Alaska, that he wanted the ceasefire and he wanted it today. And he said if there wasn't one, he would not be happy. Here is that quote. I asked for a full readout. I just want to make sure that everyone's up to speed at home on this. This is the quote from President Trump a short time ago. There were many, many points that we agreed on. Most of them, I would say, a couple of big ones that we haven't quite got there, but we've made.
The only concrete thing that we've heard so far is that Ukraine will have to agree to something, probably land-related, for any of this to work.
President Zelensky and tell him about today's meeting, and so ultimately, up to them. Up to them. And Mary Bruce, our
should have
White House
taught you a lesson.
correspondent, I want to go back to you in the room. Obviously, the major unanswered questions. We heard Vladimir Putin use the word agreement. Any more reporting on what that could entail? And then obviously President Trump, you know, I also take note, it's very rare that President Trump would hold a sort of a news conference like this and then not take any questions on the backside. You know, there's a critique of all sorts of critiques of presidents in the past, some who wouldn't take questions, some who took too many. That is not something that people have critiqued President Trump for. He often takes questions, and it was quite notable that he left the stage even though there were questions being shouted out and did not take any of them.
Yeah, it is incredibly rare for President Trump to come anywhere near the White House press corps and not take at least a few questions, especially on such a grand stage as this, when he knows that everyone is waiting and trying to figure out what came of this meeting. And we are still trying to get clarity on that. I can tell you our entire team is frantically trying to figure out what progress has been made. You heard Vladimir Putin, as you said, mention that there's been an agreement. The president, you read that quote from him. He went on to say, we didn't get there, but we have a very good chance of getting there. Well, we still don't know exactly what that means. What remains to be worked out? What was the progress that was made? And you have to remember that going in to today's meeting, the president was well aware that he was facing a lot of criticism and pushback and concerns that he was already already handing Vladimir Putin a win simply by meeting with him, simply by essentially bringing Vladimir Putin out of the isolation that he has faced from Western leaders for the last 3.5 years since he invaded Ukraine. Vladimir Putin today got a lot of what he wanted. He got this huge photo op, that friendly welcome from President Trump, the two of them rather chummy on the red carpet on the tarmac earlier today, then meeting one-on-one for 3 hours. More than that, Vladimir Putin had a chance to discuss other issues we know beyond Ukraine with President Trump and his delegation, things like nuclear arms control, trade, economic cooperation. It appears for now he still doesn't have to have a ceasefire, and that is something that Vladimir Putin certainly does not want right now, even though Ukraine and Western leaders are trying to up the pressure on him to do that. And as Martha and you were discussing earlier, for now he avoids those punishing sanctions.
He could just say that this is an introduction to further talks, but no, he had to hype it up. True.
To put new punishing sanctions on Vladimir Putin. Instead of that, he has avoided those sanctions. He has gotten this one-on-one, face-to-face to make his case on Ukraine and a host of other issues to President Trump, and he still does not have to. It appears for now he hasn't agreed to a ceasefire, David.
That's right. So just let's underscore
yeah, that's because Putin is playing Trump like a fiddle.
Reporting for the
it's
days
pretty, that much is pretty obvious.
The sanctions that were set to go into effect. Suddenly the sanctions
if Putin is happy and Trump is reserved, that means that things are not good.
Would be invited to American soil for this summit. The president making the argument that nothing has worked until now, that this is worth a shot to bring him here to America, to give him this invite. The sanctions were taken off the table. Then this week, in your reporting and in others from our team, President Trump did say from the White House that if there was not a ceasefire, if there was not progress, there would be, in his words, severe consequences. So that remains, again, the sanctions, the threat of potentially severe consequences. You have to put that up against the signal that we heard from President Trump about some points left. One of them's pretty significant. The president also looking past sort of the conflict in Ukraine, talking about better relations and in particular business relations with Russia. We didn't hear about sanctions or severe consequences, and we didn't hear, obviously, about any agreement in the short term.
It was also very productive, as always.
No, we did not. And look, the president had said,
listen, they always,
if they didn't reach a ceasefire,
Trump always says that is productive.
Punishing economic sanctions, even though President Trump, by his own admission, has previously conceded that sanctions really don't bother Vladimir Putin. They haven't certainly done much to move the ball in the past, but he was promising that if they couldn't reach a ceasefire here, that there would be consequences. That's one of many questions remaining here. Will there still be those consequences? And of course, he also said that if they didn't reach a ceasefire, he was going to walk away. Well, it certainly didn't look like he was walking away. Based on the brief remarks that we heard here just moments ago, it seems like he is saying, you know, let's still give this a go, even though the president clearly didn't get exactly what he wanted here.
So many questions here, Mary.
This is such a failure. Such a failure on Donald Trump's part.
I know you've put in some calls just to see if we can get some clarity. Mary, thank you for your reporting. Rachel Scott will be traveling. She's in the press pool, traveling with the president back on Air Force One if and when he takes flight to get back to Washington. And she was able to get questions to him on the way here as well. So perhaps that will be a window into what we're dealing with here, what we should be reporting on
Maybe we'll get some clarity.
What's been achieved or what hasn't, quite frankly. I want to bring back in Martha Raddatz because, Martha, not only have you and I traveled to Ukraine, you recently were in Russia. You witnessed
I've traveled to Ukraine.
In that country what it has been like with Vladimir Putin not getting the attention of Western leaders. He hasn't since the invasion of Ukraine. And you juxtapose that with the images of him arriving in Anchorage, Alaska today, a very warm welcome embrace on the red carpet, and perhaps one of the most telling images that actually just sort of traveled the world almost immediately was Vladimir Putin's smile through the presidential limousine when he got into the what's called the Beast with President Trump to travel to the summit together.
It's so great. I love it when that happens. I love when things are predictable.
Vladimir Putin is exactly what he was looking for.
Lovely.
I think it's exactly what he was looking for, David, especially, as you said, in the backseat in the Beast, alone
Lovely.
with President Trump, side by side in the U.S. presidential limousine. Now, in Russia, when I was there, he had the military parades there that are an incredible sight to see, lots of goose-stepping
Did you read that book on socialism? Yeah, I'm still reading it.
Interviewed Dmitry
It's pretty
Peskov,
good.
his spokesperson, and I asked him about those sanctions, and
It
just what
talks
Mary was
about
saying,
how
he said, well, I understand there's
the
pressure
speech
to
is
speed up
over.
the process, but no, it's very hard to threaten
the
Russia
press
with
conference is over.
sanctions.
So
We are a
basically,
country that is not loaded.
both of them said nothing. Putin was just pining on how the relations between um, Russia and the US is getting so much better, how it's all great, how things are improving. Trump said that it was very productive, great progress was made, almost all of the points were discussed, but actually on the most important points they haven't gotten anywhere, but he feels like they're close to getting somewhere, and also Ukraine will have to agree to some things, and he hopes Ukraine will agree to some things. So basically, none of them said anything. We don't know nothing. We have no clue what they agreed to. We have no clue what they did not agree to. We have no clue what is expected for Ukraine to agree to. I assume it's territory related, but all I can do is speculate because, again, none of them said anything. None of them said anything. It was a bunch of empty nothing. This was a waste of time, this whole conference. Oh yeah, and of course, Trump took no questions from the press. No questions from the press whatsoever. So this was a dud. And here we are. Here we are. Peace is no closer to happening. Russia is launching, as we speak, attacks on Ukraine. I believe that there are still territories in Ukraine that are under... yes, as we speak. Sumy region is under air siren. Kharkiv, Poltava. Okay, of course, Donetsk, Dnipropetrovsk, Zaporizhia. Of course, there's air sirens. Of course. Naturally. Fido. 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 Hold on one moment. Fido is doing something stupid again. Fido. Fido. So yeah. 1 million Russian soldiers dead in this entire war. Dead or casualties, because casualties are not deaths. Casualties mean wounded as well. So if it's casualties, then it does not mean death. Fido. 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 So annoyed with this nonsense. It's just... I was expecting to learn anything. Something.
Questions remain,
anything.
With no ceasefire or details announced.
There were many, many points that we agreed on, most of them.
I swear to God, I expected to learn anything. Anything at all.
I would say a couple of big ones that we haven't
But no,
quite got.
we got nothing. We, of course, got absolutely nothing. Nada, zero, zilch, nothing. My goodness. Well, that is what happens. I guess I'll be going back to Ukraine a lot, it seems. I would have been so surprised if they went out to the podiums and said, well, you know, we decided on a ceasefire. The ceasefire comes into effect effective immediately, and we're gonna move from here. We're gonna discuss what sort of things we can agree or disagree to, and that would have been productive. But this was just a bunch of nothing. Yeah, Ukraine under air silence. Oh, Dobropila City. Mass media reports about explosions. Brilliant. Brilliant. Slavyansk, same. Explosions. Art of the deal. The art of the deal. Let's see if Twitter is saying something about this mess. See if something's happening on Twitter.
I'm going to be happy if it's not today.
Oh.
Everyone said it can't be today, but I'm just saying I want the killing to stop. I'm in this to stop the killing.
But overnight, Russia continuing its bombardment of Ukraine.
Whoops.
Our Rachel Scott asking the president about Putin's decision to launch those strikes.
We saw that Russia continued its violence into Ukraine last night, launching even more drones. What did you make of that?
I think they're trying to negotiate. Maybe it's just his fabric, his genes, his genetics, but he thinks that makes him, gives him strength in negotiating. I think it hurts him.
But for Ukraine's President Zelensky, who was not invited to today's summit, the Russian strikes prove there is no, quote, indication Moscow is preparing to end this war. On the day of the negotiations,
what a shock.
They also kill people, he added, and that says a lot.
Mr. Putin, will you agree to a ceasefire? Mr. Putin, will you commit to not killing any more civilians?
That ceasefire top of mind for President Trump as he went behind closed doors with Putin. Joining him, Secretary of State Marco Rubio and Trump's envoy Steve Witkoff, who helped arrange this summit. Putin accompanied by Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov and his top foreign advisor,
Did not
Yuri
happen.
Ushakov.
Did not happen.
Trump is hoping this summit will set the stage for a second meeting with Putin and
Motherfucker
Zelensky.
shook his
and
head.
he says what comes next is up to those two countries, including
boy.
what Trump has called swapping of territories.
I've got to let Ukraine make that decision, and I think they'll make a proper decision. But I'm not here to negotiate for Ukraine. I'm here to get them at a table.
Putin wants to broaden today's talks to cover nuclear weapons and economic cooperation with the United States.
I noticed he's bringing a lot of business people from Russia, and that's good. I like that because they want to do business, but they're not doing business until we get the war settled.
Zelensky declaring the fate of Ukraine hangs in the balance.
Сподіваємось на сильну позицію Америки.
We count on a strong position from America, he says. Everything will depend on this.
Let's get right to our Patrick Reevell in London. Patrick, you have been covering this war from the very beginning. President Trump says he wouldn't be happy without a ceasefire. These foreign leaders obviously wanted a win today. We heard the president say great progress was made, but still no ceasefire. In your view, without a final deal here, who wins, who loses?
Hey, Kira. Yeah, I mean, I think, first of all, most people watching this are confused and trying to understand where do we now stand. I think, without question, though, when you look confused. At it, Vladimir Putin has had a very good day. He has not been forced to impose a ceasefire. He is not going to face tougher sanctions yet. But as you say, President Trump saying that great progress has been made
means
Vladimir
nothing.
Putin
He always
says
says
that. An agreement had actually been reached, but not giving any details. And President Trump didn't go as far as that, saying there's no deal until a deal is reached. And he suggested that there was one big point.
It feels like there's a difference between these two and how much they're satisfied with this.
He's now going to speak with Ukraine and also with NATO and European countries. I think we will learn from those countries pretty quickly whether this proposal that the two leaders have come up with is something substantial and real and plausible that Ukraine
really explaining
can
accept,
me, or is it ultimately
explaining me my confusion, genius
that we've seen that haven't really been real negotiations because Vladimir Putin hasn't been putting forward plausible ideas to end the war. If he simply
what a baffling meeting,
put them to President Trump, and now he goes to Ukraine and Europe with ideas that are unacceptable, such as again handing over swathes of Ukrainian territory, then it means that really nothing was achieved by the summit, and simply Vladimir Putin was able to get this enormous success for propaganda and PR, and also
breaking the isolation.
It's true, we do have to wait and see. It's possible, you know, Vladimir Putin said in his speech that he said that Ukraine also needs to have security guarantees, that he understands that, and that suggests there is some kind of idea that they were discussing.
That means
we'll find
nothing.
out again if that's meaningful or not, but certainly without question, this has been a very good day for Vladimir Putin, Kira.
Well, we heard in that press conference Vladimir Putin call Ukraine a brotherly nation.
Yeah.
What did you think of that?
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't surprising because throughout this war, even as he has been launching missiles every night and killing thousands of Ukrainians, Vladimir Putin has repeated over and over that Ukraine is basically part of Russia. It's part of his approach, and it's part of why
they've enshrined it in the constitution.
He denies the existence of Ukraine, and is why they say that he's waging a genocide against them. He believes that Ukraine is essentially part of Russia, a key part of the Russian Empire. And to him, ultimately, there's no difference between Russians and Ukrainians. Obviously, Ukrainians strongly disagree with that. And I think what we saw there again is Vladimir Putin has not changed his spots at all. His view of the war remains the same. His ideas of Ukraine.
The thing that Russia has been repeating consistently over and over and over again proved to be true. The stances have not changed. Trump, once again, has been proven to be quite the poor negotiator, even though he supposedly wrote a whole book on the deal, the art of the deal. It feels like what a joke when he said, we discussed the most important points, we didn't get there, we might get there, we're getting closer, Ukraine will need to agree to some things, things are going forward, it's been very productive, all those vague terms that basically mean nothing. And here we are, once again, time's ticking and people are dying, and the frontline situation is deteriorating.
remain the same. We now just have to wait and see. Has he finally decided that he can try and achieve his goal of subjugating Ukraine, perhaps through other means than continuing the war right now? But for now, there is no ceasefire. There's been attacks overnight in Ukraine. The fighting continues to rage on the front line. And there's every reason to think that Vladimir Putin will try to drag this out further so that his troops can make more progress in the weeks to come, Kira.
All right, Patrick Reevell, appreciate your reporting, of course. And for more on the state of the battle, our ABC contributor and retired Colonel Steve Ganyard. Steve, what do you make of what you just heard there from President Trump and President Putin?
Yeah, Kira, I think it would be unrealistic to think that we were going to get a ceasefire tonight. If you think about it, Putin is a very wily
We didn't get there.
So
Trump Putin failed to reach deal to end war in Ukraine. What a...
countrymen.
I'm so surprised.
For him to say, here's a ceasefire, and go home, and people will say, well, what did you get for it? He was not offered anything, so there was no real negotiation. Yes, he got the one-on-one with President Trump here, but the real negotiations are going to take time. I do think that there's a positive aspect here, though. At the end, President Trump said, we'll see you pretty soon. I also think that the Trump team would have walked away if they did not believe that...
I'm going to go to the toilet now. I'm very disappointed. We'll see. For now, I'm going to do something else. If there's any new breakthrough, I guess we'll cover it. But for now, I don't know. Write in the chat what you would like me to do when I'm in the toilet, because this is not good. I am willing to bet money that the topic of the kidnapped children has not even been mentioned during this whole conversation. My topic of work, I'm willing to bet, has not even been mentioned briefly. Maybe I am wrong, but I doubt it. By the way, I saw that there was some Republican survey that said that the Democrats are gonna win in North Carolina, which is a red state. Oh, cool. Some good news for once. Oh. We'll see. We'll see, because so far it seems like nothing was achieved. This is just... my goodness. What amazing allies Ukraine has, huh? What amazing allies. See if there are any more developments.
Peskov went back to that very point as well. We don't know whether this is the sticking point now that Donald Trump talked about, but this is what Peskov said, because I said...
What did Peskov say?
A couple of months ago, I was in Moscow, and I interviewed Dmitry Peskov, and Dmitry Peskov went back to that very point as well. We don't know whether this is the sticking point now
What point?
that Donald Trump talked about, but this term settlement must resolve the underlying conditions.
Oh my God! Yeah, sure, whatever. They say that all the time. Every single time they talk about the underlying, whatever. Ukrainian voices left out of the Trump meeting. The Kyiv Independent visited in the frontline city of Kramatorsk in Donetsk Oblast to hear from its residents what they think about the prospects of land swaps between Ukraine and Russia ahead of the Trump-Putin meeting in Alaska. Oh, well.
If we can get the war solved, we'll be very happy.
Tensions are high this week as U.S. President Donald Trump,
born and raised in Kramatorsk, she is firmly against conceding her family's home to Russia in any peace deal.
I don't understand why this meeting is taking place without our President Zelensky, without Europe.
Понятно, почему встреча без нашего президента Зеленского, без Европы. Вот. И как бы, я думаю...
What the hell?
Я думаю, что эти переговоры ничем не закончатся.
I don't think these negotiations will result in anything. Well said, because it seems like it didn't, so... This person has great insight and hindsight.
Потому что нету
Because there is no Ukrainian representation.
украинской позиции, и я знаю, что
And I know that Volodymyr Zelensky won't give up any of our regions.
Владимир Александрович не сдаст никакие наши области, и это было бы вообще не
Because that would be very wrong. It doesn't correspond to our constitution.
правильно. Это не отвечает нашей конституции. Я верю
I believe
в то,
that the next Oblast, as well as Luhansk Oblast, will be part of Ukraine. That might be difficult, though.
что Донецкая область, как и Луганская область, будет Украиной, как и Крым, как
As well as Crimea, Kherson Oblast, and Zaporizhia Oblast.
Херсонская область, как и Запорожская область. Вот, поэтому как бы
I
я
believe
верю
in
в
the
лучшее.
best. I
Я
want to
хочу верить
believe
в
in the
лучшее,
best outcome.
потому что у меня 2 детей, и я
Because I have 2 children and I want a stable peace in my region.
хочу стабильного мира в своей области, в любимой своей
In
родной
my native beloved region.
области.
Ви переживаєте
Do you worry about your children, your family?
ваші дітей, ваші сім'ї?
Безусловно.
Of course.
Безусловно,
Of course I
переживаю,
worry, but for now we are analyzing the situation.
но пока мы анализируем ситуацию, и пока мы
And for now, we will stay in Kramatorsk.
остаемся в Краматорске.
So yeah, that the people are very scared of the possible situation in which they will get screwed over and will just become part of Russia. Yeah, they called it off. They called off a whole bunch of things, actually. They called off a whole additional meeting. No deal, no nothing. We got nothing. Let's see what Twitter says about this. What a wonderful development, huh? I'm gonna type Alaska and see newest tweets on Alaska. What happens? Breaking news. President Putin lays flowers at graves of Soviet soldiers in Alaska, former territory of the Russian Empire. Wow, that is so amazing. Woof. The idea that Putin believes there's a positive deal for him in the near future is deeply alarming. No ceasefire. Putin brought an icon of Saint Herman of Alaska, an important Orthodox Christian saint for North Americans, as a gift for priests in Anchorage. He also gave him an icon of the Theotokos to mark the Feast of Dormition. Putin speaking about how Russian roots run deeply through Alaska, like he was laying claim, made me very uncomfortable. Trump bringing up Russia, Russia, and calling it a hoax was disturbing. We have a lot to be worried about. I'm leaving you. What a team, I know. Well, no new news, I guess, so far. That's all that we get. Brilliant. There's supposed to be another guy from the US, forgot his name, but Russia said he was too pro-Ukraine. Oh, who was it? Who was it, out of curiosity? Breaking. Russian Defense Minister. The mood is excellent after negotiations in Alaska. Oh, I feel so good about the fact that Russian's defense minister feels excellent about this negotiation. Oh my gosh. Brilliant. Do we keep Alaska? There are memes. Yeah. Cool that Putin's trip to Alaska will give his asset cover to do nothing on Ukraine for the next 3 months in anticipation of another meeting. Oh, no Nobel. Did Trump still give away to BJ Sinar? Oh my gosh. No Nobel Prize. What a huge disappointment. Yep. The president that promised to end the war in 24 hours. I'm so surprised. Well, it is what it is, isn't it? And what it is disappointment all around. Mm-hmm. Didn't Trump say that there will be severe consequences if it didn't go well? I think he did. Times now. Who else is covering stuff? Mercado Media. I think everybody's quite disappointed with what's happening. 24 hours is going to be a long time. We're still only about 2 days into the 3-day-long special military operation. And yeah, it's things are happening. Things are happening. I expected something more, to be quite honest with you. I expected anything. I expected any news regarding anything on this, but you know what? It's life is stranger than fiction. Why not consider joining my page and possibly donating or subscribing, because it feels like I need to cheer me up after this fiasco. Any updates? Yeah. Eastern Europe news. Operation Vistara, the expulsion of Ukrainians from post-war Poland. True. We should do a whole thing about it. Operation Vistula. Could be worthwhile. I ruined Zanderhal's career? What? Okay, I have to watch this then, I guess. Guess I'll watch some of this. See, was there ever even a shadow of hope that the talk would be productive? No. No, there was not. No, there was not. There was not. I was naive, I was stupid, and I should have known better. That's what I would say.
They ratioed the fuck out of me, calling me delusional, acting like I was pulling the allegation that Brandon Herrera was pro-Confederacy out of thin air. This video will probably be ratioed into oblivion.
Who is getting silenced, bro? Your video didn't perform very well because you're shit at this. And you've got a dwindling audience.
Brandon Herrera and Pirate Software have always rubbed me the wrong way, despite—
What? That is an absolutely absurd
No, I didn't
thing
have
to
hope.
say. How is
No.
he anything like
I knew
Pirate
it would
Software?
fail.
It's like fucking chalk and cheese.
You didn't watch my
I
segment,
searched
Greater Ink. You should
Xanderhall
leave a
Brandon
comment
Herrera,
under it.
and the first
You
video
didn't
was
lock
a
in.
Chud Logic video.
You didn't lock
Like,
in?
to be clear, this is somebody who's, like, absolutely wished death upon me and is...
Jesus.
What?
Zanderhal.
Did I do that? I can't remember, dude. Did I do that?
Jesus, Zanderhal. You're not... Things are not going well for Zanderhal. What's
Long story
happening
short
here?
is that Zanderhal was criticising Brandon Herrera and calling him alt-right, I think, which I felt was excessive and wasn't really the right terminology for him. So that's the basic basic story there. Yeah, Brandon Herrera loves the Confederacy. This is the kind of summary, I guess, of this brigading that he got. Okay?
Okay.
So let's have a little listen to what old
Zanderhal has 100,000 subscribers.
Zanderhal, because apparently he had some smoke for me. Let's see.
All right, this is going to be a good segment. Good segment. Y'all know what to do when I say action, right?
No.
3, 2...
Why does he have to do this whole weird action thing? That's... I don't get it. Why does he do it? No other streamer does this sort of thing.
Action.
Oh my god, dude. I mean, he's got this... Dude, it's so pathetic. Oh, dude, it makes me cringe, dude. You just don't need to do this. There's no need to do this shit. Just do your segment, and then the editor can pick it up from there and figure out where the segment starts and where it ends.
That's true.
You don't need to do this stupid lights, camera, action shit.
Lights, camera, action.
Over the last few years, I have grown to love firearms. I'm super interested in them. I know far from everything there is to know. I'm far from an expert, but I've grown to have a real passion for them, which means, as you can imagine, I spend a lot of time on GunTube. And there are some big household names in the world of GunTube.
Oh boy.
Will Zanderhal's chat get you banned on Twitch? I'm not sure if about what 30 people or so reporting me is gonna have an impact. Dude, I don't know, dude. I'm playing it super PG-13 at the moment, okay? Yes, DK, I had to take chat off because of Twitch's rules. I just don't see how, even if all of his audience mass reported me, it would have an impact. I'm skeptical about the idea that mass reports do anything anyway. But yeah. I don't buy it. I don't buy it. I think we'll be fine. We'll be fine. Don't worry, guys. Relax.
Facial hair seems like it would be very annoying to experience. How do you not get food in it? You do.
We'll be fine.
The answer is you do.
YouTube. And without a doubt, the largest, most householdiest of household names would be Brandon Herrera.
Oh, hey, it's Destiny's... what? No, that's... I think you're mistaken. I think you're mistaken. Also, press like on the stream. Jesus. Come on, give me some love. I mean... Like, look, I think he was probably right about the side of YouTube. There's out and about Rhodesia supporters with hundreds of thousands of subs. Listen, do you want me to start acting like Zanderhal and be like, you're part of the problem because you don't watch me enough and you don't press like and you don't, I don't know, support me financially? Like, yeah, sure, there are people like that, but, you know, let's not get overboard. Well, they're both... Or that's the joke. They've already... Oh, thank you. I don't know. Also, people say that... oh, Vosh is horrible. So many controversies. Oh, Short Stack Goblins. Oh, Destiny is so horrible. Sex Pest. Homo. And yet, they have a big audience. And everybody says, oh, Lucy's so wholesome and nice and knowledgeable. Oh, how many people are watching live right now? If I am to go on a rant, 6 people, okay? So that means nothing, okay? Oh, Lucy, you're so cool and knowledgeable and nice, and there's no creepy scandals around you. You're so cool. Oh, well, I guess people don't like watching people like that. At least I can see that Mr. War Journalist is getting some views tonight. I shave twice a day just to avoid stubble. I finally understand 5 o'clock shadow because when I shave in the morning by 5 o'clock, I gotta shave again. Oh boy. Do laser. I'd do laser, but I cannot afford it. Fortunate. But yes, people don't.
And
yeah, honestly, I mean, I think people like the idea of the combined chat on screen. But I don't even know if it's like really does that much, to be honest. Do you guys even look at it? I don't know. Anyway, at the end of the day, it's not there anymore.
You know,
it is what it is.
I could start complaining like Xanderhall, but I think it defeats the purpose.
Series is hilarious. I love seeing idiots hurt themselves using guns and then learning from their mistakes as I laugh at their misfortune. It's such a perfect combination. Education and laughing at bad.
Thunderhole looks like he is catatonic a bit. He's like he's about to fall asleep. But I'm still willing to bet that at no point during this negotiation in Alaska, because my brain is still in Alaska, the children topic has not been brought up at all. I doubt that Trump cares, and I doubt that especially Putin would bring it up. So, kidnapped children not on the agenda. I'm willing to bet. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'll be pleasantly surprised, but somehow I doubt it. Any news? He looks anemic. It does look anemic a bit. Any new news? Nope. No new news. Maybe it is the lighting. Who knows? Well, no new news.
Things happening to people, and you hope, you just have to hope they're bad people who deserved it. Otherwise, it gets kind of sad and it's hard to laugh at it. But that all aside, Brandon Herrera makes some pretty fun content. Let me tell you, like, the guy's a visionary in a lot of ways. He's got like a real deserved control, you could call it, over GunTube. And when I say control, I don't mean like he owns it, he controls it, he's pulling the strings. I just mean like this guy is a trendsetter. You know, no one wants to be on.
I did bring you the children topic, but you've been overhyped over Alaska meeting. Wait, you did? Hold on. Where's the link? Where's the link that you've sent me earlier? Okay, I'm checking out your link. Vladimir. Checking out your link. Any news on this?
Alaska, with all the details.
Well, nothing. Oh well. That is what happens. What? What is this?
I genuinely cannot believe what I'm seeing.
Okay, you did not bring me the children topic. What is this? Roblox is being sued and investigated. What is this, Vladimir? What is this? What are you trying to do to me?
Seeing from Roblox, because everything they're doing seems so illogical and so backwards, and it all makes no sense. For whatever reason.
Okay, bring me the real children's topic. Not this.
Brandon Herrera's bad side in the gun community. This is the guy who invented the AK-50. a weapon that has been so hyped up in its existence, or its potential existence, that the creators of John Wick reached out to him wanting to have John Wick use one in the newest John Wick movie, but it wasn't complete in time. So
oh my god, why is this so cringe, bro? Just him describing bait. It's probably happened. I'm assuming this probably happened. But, do I need to watch all of this, man? I don't know if I'm interested in watching all of his takes about fucking Brandon Herrera. I'll give it 5 minutes and then I might skip to the part that's about me.
So they weren't able to do that. But at some point in the future, there's going to be a John Wick project where Brandon Herrera's AK-50 platform is used. Probably by John Wick, played by Keanu Reeves himself. This guy's gotten to be a big deal, and for good reason. He's earned it, make no mistake. Here's an example of one of his newest videos, which is showcasing the legendary AK-50. I mean, even I was hyped about this thing.
So, I was so hyped. I was sorting out.
This guy makes some good content, and he is huge.
It's important to know that he was calling him bait. Whoa! I don't have a gun. I don't have a gun. I'm not holding a gun. I'm not holding a gun, YouTube. I'm not holding a gun. Hands up, don't shoot. Hands up, don't shoot.
Calm down. Chat logic.
Okay, but don't worry about it. We're muting that. Okay, there's just a gun. You don't need to worry about that. We're skipping all the stuff about the gun. The gun is getting skipped. Okay, we skip the gun. We skip the gun. We skip the gun.
And I do not want to shame you for liking his gun content. I like his gun content.
What a dork.
Watch it, all right? I'm not judging anybody here who enjoys his stuff. I feel it important to inform. I like to inform people. I like telling people about stuff. It's fun.
See you next week,
Brandon
guys.
Herrera has a little bit of a history online that you might want to know about.
Okay.
And I've talked about this before, and in response, my video was decimated.
You mean the roadblocks?
Stomped.
I mean Ukrainian children in war, not
deboosted in the algorithm, and I'm pretty sure the majority of viewers disliked it and left hate comments.
Bro, that's not how dislikes work. Deboosted in the algorithm because of dislikes. I'm going to be honest with you. I don't know how it works exactly in terms of what engagement does what in the algorithm. But I find it very hard to believe that if you get enough dislikes, your video just gets deboosted in the algorithm. Because there's multiple forms of engagement that a video has that would suggest what YouTube view it as a video to put in, in front of people. Like comments, watch time, things like that. Clicks, click-through rate of how many people are clicking through based on the thumbnail.
Oh, God.
I would have thought, just on instinct, that even a dislike video would be tagged as more favorable in the algorithm because it's getting a lot of engagement, even though it's negative engagement. Xander's videos aren't doing well enough to be boosted in the algorithm in the first place. He's just getting sent to subs and people who watch him frequently. Yeah, exactly.
Because I talked about what we're going to be talking about momentarily. You see, Brandon Herrera is a bit of an older guy. And he's been around doing things in the world of business for quite some time, well before he became super viral as a YouTuber. In fact, Herrera owns a Fayetteville, North Carolina-based gun manufacturing company and has been a member over the course of numerous years of the Fayetteville chapter of the Sons of Confederate Veterans Society. In 2014, he filmed a video for the Sons of Confederate Veterans chapter to welcome and advertise to new members. This group is literally one of his business partners who he has advocated for in the past.
Oh, yeah, we covered this last time. I guess he's just doing a summary of before, right?
This is literally him when he was younger, wearing a shirt with the Confederate flag on it. I shit you not.
Hi there, I'm Brandon Herrera.
Reruns, we're doing reruns.
Camp number 168, and welcome to the SCV. The SCV, or the Sons of Confederate Veterans, is a historical honor society dedicated to preserving Confederate heritage and learning more about our ancestors who fought and died in the War of Northern Aggression. The SCV is open to any mail over the...
I can't remember what my take on this was exactly, but to me it seemed overblown. You know, I can't imagine it's super crazy that in the South you would have a lot of, like... I know Confederates were bad and they protected slavery, okay? And he's saying some fucking whack shit about the Civil War, but I would imagine that in places in the South you're going to have a sort of affinity for the Confederacy to some degree, because the roots of, like, that stuff is going to be there from the opposite direction to, like, what was in the North, right? I mean, is that a crazy take? I mean, is that, like, unreasonable? Just feels like, yeah, I can understand that liking it, it's shitty, the Confederacy defended slavery, all the shit a libtard would say about it. Not really. Okay. Fuck out of here and from the South. That shit is dumb. This would be cringing the shit in the South. Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. Maybe I'm being a bit too kind to Brandon Herrera. My pathway to the right wing is obviously... I've gone too far, okay? Okay. Well, let's listen on, and I'll think again. I can't remember what I said last time. I just don't want to totally contradict what I said about this a year ago.
Okay, can you get to the point? Jesus Christ.
When I said the opposite.
Oh my God.
The war of northern aggression, he called
I guess this is just the night when everybody just says nothing and nothing happens. It's just one of those nights. And nothing gets done.
Is it? Amazing.
Of 12 years old, who has an ancestor who fought in the Confederate Army. The Fayetteville Arsenal Camp meets the first Tuesday of every month at 7 o'clock at the Cumberland County Wildlife Club.
Harmless but kind of gay. Yeah, I think that's the point. Is like, you can think this is cringe, you can mock this, you can call him a Confederate apologist or whatever, something like that. I guess it's more so like, how harmful do we think this is? How much of an issue do we think this is? And for me, I just think it's goofy. It's goofy. It's goofy shit, I would say, probably.
Okay.
And what happens is, us guys, we get together and we eat supper. A meal is provided at every...
Nobody alive today has a parent that served in the Civil War, nor was anyone in 2014 alive that had a parent that served in the Civil War. It happened in the mid-1800s.
Well, no one is alive today whose parent was a slave, but yeah, we still bang on about that, don't we? We're still banging on about that shit today.
Exactly. Or grandparent. Happened in the mid-1800s. Reminder. Very, very long time ago.
Every meeting, and it's usually...
I just think it's some 18-year-old-ish dude who probably thinks this way because it's what he was taught or grew up on. Look at him, dude. Do you think this guy's done extensive research on the Civil War? Yeah. Yeah, I think that's probably the best take, isn't it? Like, how harshly do we judge this guy? Like, I mean, it's about how harshly you judge him, I think, is what it comes down to. I don't think it's that crazy a deal. Maybe if you want to mock him, fine.
Get
but
to the
like
point.
Xandor was probably going pretty ham at him because he politically disagrees with him.
Good, southern
Get to the point.
Food.
Okay.
Danny is one of the guys who works behind the kitchen for us. And Danny, if you're out there listening to this, more fried chicken, please. I swear, our membership's going to go up 200%. Fried chicken.
That's a racial comment, isn't it? Thank you for the $5. LARPing about how your cringe traitor losers lost the end of a war. South couldn't win during the Revolutionary War and so didn't the Brits either. Indeed. Thank you for the super chat.
All right.
It's true. It's true. Racists can say whatever they want, but even the racists admit everybody loves fried chicken. It's the best there is. It's the best there is.
Do we think he's racist?
Now that that's out of the way, what usually happens in our meetings...
Fuck, I might join now.
As we listen to a guest speaker, or maybe one of our members gives a presentation about a little known fact about the war or a battle or something like that. And once a year, we actually have what we call our annual Yankee shoot, where we go out back with black powder rifles and some that were actually in the war, some survivor Enfield.
They do a Yankee shoot. They do a
apparently black powder guns in Poland don't need a permit.
Of like what, a mass like shooting, like a firing squad execution of northern soldiers. Like that is fucking crazy.
I don't think that's what it is it? I don't think that's what Brandon's talking about. I think it's just like a reenactment thing, no?
Okay, that's wonderful.
I have no clue what that is.
Money off depressed people.
Chud, wasn't this guy at the time getting cucked by a meth dealer and being incredibly gay? Gay cuck on a moral high horse? I think not.
Well, thank you, Austrian Painter. I don't know about the timeline of that exactly. But yeah, I mean, that did happen. Sure.
Mind you, guys, I need to remind you, when I covered this, when I dare to talk about this guy, his fan base is so defensive and of him and of their fandom of him, or they agree with him. So
okay, so I'll take an L on this. My understanding, based on what this person sent me, was that I was getting blamed for the mass, like, you know, the downvoting and stuff. That doesn't seem to be the case. So I misunderstood the comments that were made. Okay.
Okay.
But okay. Okay.
Okay.
I misread it. I'll take the L. It wasn't to do with me. I will take the L on that.
So what's with the I ruined Xanderhall's career?
Xanderhall claims he got like downvoted and stuff. But the thing is like, how long has Xanderhall been a YouTuber? Whenever you talk about a bigger YouTuber, their audience will just come and bombard your comment sections, downvote you, and talk loads of shit. It happened when I did it with Dark Viper. It's happened in the past with Mutahar.
Calm down. Calm down.
You know, it's just the way it works. If you decide to criticize or talk about a bigger YouTuber, their audience will find it and they will come and they will downvote, comment, call you a shitter.
I've criticized Xanderhall many times and none of that happened. And Xanderhall is much bigger than me. So, whatever.
All that stuff. It's just the nature of talking about a bigger creator.
Well,
it's like,
I've criticized
really
bigger creators.
It's just one of those things you've got to deal with being a YouTuber. And I'm skeptical about this idea, to thinking it's bullshit, basically. That is going to have such a negative impact on your video. Like, if anything, the engagement would help it, not diminish it in the algorithm, whatever fucking bullshit he's trying to claim.
So hard and want to cover for him because of this, that they ratioed the fuck out of me, calling me delusional, acting like I was pulling the allegation that Brandon Herrera was pro-Confederacy out of thin air. Seriously, look up Xanderhall Brandon Herrera and go read the comments.
Yeah, people downvoted my terrible video doing a hit piece on an incredibly popular YouTuber for some shit he did 12 years ago. Exactly. Sounds like you got mogged, Xanderhall, to be honest
Trump
with
told
you.
Fox News he rates today's meeting with 10 out of 10. I am so surprised.
And at no point did I...
The problem is that he rates all of his conversations with Putin 10 out of 10. He rates everything 10 out of 10, always. He always says that his conversations on the phone with Putin are very productive. He always says that progress is being made. He always says that ceasefire/peace is very, very close, and it always ends up basically as per usual, with nothing happening. What a shock. I'm so surprised that that is exactly what happens. Let me see. Cause I wanted to check something, but I lost it. I wanna check. Hope people don't seem to share. Well, everybody's assertion so far is that Trump is the loser of this meeting. No deal.
Showcase the fact that he is very clearly, in fact, pro-Confederate.
Yeah, exactly. Brandon just made a comment about food, and Xanderhall immediately jumped to some sort of racial comment about, you know, or even racist like fried chicken. And it's like, dude, of course it's going to rub people up the wrong way. You could have the best, most precise criticism of a large creator, and the audience will still come for you. So
Xanderhall's audience never came for me.
That when you're very obnoxious leftoid about it, that they're not going to do that. They're going to do it and then worse, because they're going to find you very objectionable to listen to, especially when Zanderhall looks like he's got fucking AIDS. Like, obviously, people are going to take a stronger tact when that's the way that he looks. He's got this kind of smug, lefty shit down to a fucking fine art, hasn't he?
We go out and we shoot up posters of our favorite Yankees, and it really is pretty cool. Another thing that the camp does is once a year we try to take a trip where we rent a van and we get as many camp members as can go together, and we go down to a famous battle site. Like in years past, we went to Chancellorsville and Manassas, and just last year we went to Chickamauga. And we get personal tours a lot of times from the Rangers, and we're very well received. And we eat dinner together, and we get a hotel and swap lies and just hang out with other members of the camp. And usually it's a lot of fun. Now, even with all the cool stuff that the SCB does, like the annual Sam Davis Youth Camp or the Lee Jackson Ball, there is a more serious side to what we do here.
Okay, this is so boring.
What's left of the Fable Arsenal.
Jesus Christ, that logic.
One of the biggest.
But better at hiding it, considering he has a massive brand to uphold.
Massive.
Now. But he's got a whole army of people out there defending his brand for him.
Listen, Lucy, all what YouTube is showing me about kids in Ukraine is how Ukrainian far-righters are recruiting kids to join their neo-Nazi summer boot camp. And all video like 7 years old. If there's something going on, you should probably look underground. Or maybe I should just produce my content on the children in war, Ukrainian children. Because it feels like I'm the only person covering it.
Which is why it should alarm you that this very guy has just announced
the only
that for
person
the second
covering
time
it.
after his failed run previously where he only lost by 650 votes, he is running for Congress again. He just put out this video yesterday. It's already got 1 million views, and there are several verified massive YouTubers in the replies saying, "You've got my vote."
Okay, so
what do you mean
is this something to be concerned about? I mean, I don't know.
I mean, maybe if depending on what this person's policies are, etc. Maybe. Yeah.
Dude, he's probably not going to do very well anyway, I wouldn't imagine. No, you know, I don't mean to be mean about it, but I mean...
Who knows?
I don't know if he's going to be successful. YouTube political campaigns tend to be quite far-fetched. So I think he did okay last time. But I just don't really see why another fucking, you know, libertarian, like, right-wing guy running for office is, like, a big thing to be worried about. It's like, okay,
but how do I make
fucking the 10 a penny, aren't they?
Brandon Herrera should run on the presidential platform of deporting Zanderhall.
Yes, dude, imagine that. That'd be based. Thank you for the super chat.
You've got Donut Operator, you've got my vote, JD Delay 51.
I don't even know who these people are.
50. You have my wood chipper. I wonder what that could be a joke about.
Nonsense,
I don't think
probably.
about it too much. Sir, a second congressional run is hit the timeline. Show them the kind of leadership that America needs, Brand.
He only lost by a couple of hundred votes. He could win, but what the fuck can a libertarian retard do in a Texas state Congress? Yeah.
Brandon screaming support from Mississippi.
He could
you have my binder. Brandon Herrera is not
compromise
suicidal,
to get
is
things
in
done.
general good health, does not carry P320s, there you go, and does not have an established history of free diving while wearing cement shoes. Let's go Brandon from Dr. Bo Hightower. This is another big YouTuber. A lot of big verified YouTubers. Tectones says, I'd say good luck, but you won't need it. Charlie Cox, Moni Tony, about to lose big. I don't know if any of you guys know these YouTubers, but I'm just listing the ones that are comments from big YouTubers. Brandon Herrera's Congress run this time around has got more support than ever. He has got more support than ever when it comes to his supporters silencing people that expose stuff like this.
Never heard of this person.
This video will probably be ratioed into...
What? Dude, is he seriously trying to say that he's going to be, like, silenced because people are calling him a fucking idiot?
Oh my god.
Give me a break, dude. That is insane, bro.
Congress run this, listing the ones that are comments from big YouTubers. Brandon Herrera's Congress run this time around has got more support than ever. He has got more support than ever when it comes to his supporters silencing people that expose stuff like this. This video will probably be ratioed into oblivion.
Who is getting silenced, bro? Your video didn't perform very well because you're shit at this. And you've got a dwindling audience of ever more increasingly retarded people that watch you.
Jesus, that's so rude.
Huh? What are you on about, dude?
Damn.
Where's this silencing happening? You can speak on YouTube, you can put a video out, it doesn't get very many views because you don't have a particularly engaged or motivated audience anymore. And that apparently now is silencing. My channel is under attack by the Nazis.
I'm actually feeling quite tired.
Into dust. Until no one who could possibly watch it and be like, oh, really?
Really?
Possibly gets to see it. If you want to counter that, consider hitting the like button and commenting down below.
True. Consider locking in because it helped me, and you should please lock in and be real responsible viewers, because otherwise you hate me and you hate the left wing and you hate progressivism and you're all evil people unless you do the things that I've just said you should do. Okay? Don't be evil people.
It and,
don't be bad.
The channel and the algorithm.
Wait a second. I thought he said that the comments were all negative towards him and that was bad. Dude, does he think that YouTube are discerning the positive or negative aspect of a comment for the purposes of boosting it in the algorithm? I genuinely don't think that's the case. I think they likely just look at overall comment rate, and that's what they base it on.
Engagement is engagement. Negative comment is still a comment. That's why when YouTube removes nasty, bad comments, I bring them back.
You know, if they, how they
it's
consider
engagement.
That.
Yeah. It's engagement.
Brandon, because a mild controversy literally years ago, you bringing it up now doesn't mean anything because everyone who would care has already seen it. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Really do appreciate it, but regardless, expect this video to be able to use this video. If you're watching it now, expect to use the performance of this video and the replies to this video to see, like an experiment, of how effective his fan base is at shutting down criticism of him.
Okay, this is a really stupid experiment because the performance of a YouTube video has got so many various factors that go into it. You can't just look at how the person you're talking about's audience responds and use that to determine whether or not this fact that he's trying to show. You know, I've had videos criticizing million sub YouTubers that their audience have commented and come in and fucking, you know, argued and stuff. And some of those videos have done badly and other ones of those videos have done really well.
Oh yeah,
because
of course Putin repeated the silly statement by Trump that
there's a number of other factors that go into a performance that isn't just, oh, his audience is coming and giving me shit in the comments.
He has got one of the fakest personas I've ever seen. I like his content, don't get me wrong, but everything about his persona is very evidently
so
fake.
Boring.
I think a really good showcase of this will be watching this clip from him. Finishing what I started. I'm running for Congress again.
In the 1976 film Rocky, despite what people might remember, Sylvester Stallone's character Rocky Balboa doesn't actually win in the climax of the film. Instead, everyone is just impressed that despite him going up against the current champion, he, being a rough around the edges everyman, goes the distance, beating everyone's expectations, and almost wins.
Ain't gonna be no rematch. Ain't gonna be no rematch.
In fact, it's not actually until the rematch in Rocky II that Stallone's character actually succeeds and finally wins the title.
That's the whole point, though, right? Like,
welcome.
Is this like a summary for people that didn't watch Rocky growing up? I guess, but like that was the whole point. Is that Rocky lost at the beginning of the first, or at the end of the first?
Yeah, and presumably he's referring to the fact that he lost his first campaign and wants to win the second campaign. I'm guessing that's what that's in reference to. I could be wrong. But isn't that exactly what he's talking about? That he's saying, I want to be like Rocky.
First movie, and the second movie, he gets his rematch. And then he wins. And you're like, oh, yes, finally.
Yeah, dude, you're comparing yourself to Rocky. Why is he explaining the Rocky movies? What is going on here? Dude.
You know, you finally get the payoff of getting to see your protagonist win. Right? Like, that's That's the thing. Oh, wait. You know, to be fair, he might be making the same point this time around.
Wow, he's figured it out, bro. He's figured it out. Oh my god, dude.
Brandroid
Brandroid
celebrates 18 months of membership. He has the sunken-in appearance of a meth addict.
He's finally cracked it.
How do I make
Jesus
money
Christ.
off depressed people?
The real Project 2025 was about shutting down Xander Hall since he is the most important Democrat YouTuber.
Thank you for the super chat. Thank you. Dude, that is hilarious. Literal, yeah, dude, this guy's IQ, man. I mean, what is he doing? We know it's like 99, isn't it? Because he did a test on stream.
Oh boy.
That is so funny. Oh, you know what? You know what he might be doing here? You know what he might be doing?
Oh no.
His Rocky 2. He's going to win this time. None of his viewers actually watch any movies. They just watch conservative movie reviews. That's probably true, yeah. A large proportion of his audience being like a very normie audience, to be fair. He's one of those like household brand
Normal
YouTubers.
people watch movies, okay? What do you mean normie? Normal people watch movies.
Recaps of movies.
What? What's he on about, dude? Right wingers don't watch movies now. Bro, what is going on here, dude?
Money off depressed people.
Oh boy.
I think that is a bit of projection, to be honest, yeah. I reckon he's the one who sat there watching those AI fucking summaries. He's exactly the kind of guy you can imagine just sitting there watching endless AI summaries and never bother watching the movies. Normies are the ones that go to theatre. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Thank you for the $2, by the way.
It's not very interesting. Why is this so boring?
Has someone ever tried giving Xanderhall the breakfast conditional hypothetical? Yes, Steve, good question.
Just so they can kind of like pretend they've seen him or seen a movie. That wouldn't surprise me.
It's like just such a bizarre and like foolish criticism that makes no sense when you really do, at all on the face of it. Yeah, right wingers, they're just sat there watching those AI things so they can pretend they've seen it. They don't actually watch movies. Most of his audience probably don't watch movies. Generational midwit is good. That's a good one.
Regardless, though, one thing I want to point out here is you guys know what I'm talking about, right? Like how no one actually talks like this or has the personality that Brandon Herrera is pretending to have here. Like Brandon Herrera is acting like a really advanced android's interpretation of a person that seems completely normal.
What?
Kinda cool, but mostly normal. Like no voice cracks, projected voice, like a...
I mean, it's a recorded, edited video for a political...
There are many streamers that don't have cracking voices. They just practice. They practice speaking and they end up having no cracking in their voice. People train speaking. What the hell is this? This is Chad Logic, Xander Hall mess.
Campaign like this.
Because I'm so disappointed with the crappy summit that I don't even know. I don't even know anymore. What the hell is supposed to... What is happening here? I don't even know anymore. Majory. Trump concludes historic summit with Russia. Brilliant. Just amazing. Oh yeah, let me maybe there's something new on the Russian media monitor. Who knows? Vladimir Solovyev warns Trump against dictating to Putin. I guess there's nothing new. I guess we're gonna have to wait for the Russian media monitor to cough up a video about Russia's reaction to this whole mess. Gonna have to wait quite a few.
All political campaigns alike. What, you want a fucking political campaign, especially as like a right-wing guy being like, do you know what I mean, dude? Obviously, you're not going to have voice cracks and fucking imperfections in it. You're going to redo the take and edit it together so it's pristine and perfect and, you know, you sound like a strong, imposing figure because that's what you want to be as a right-wing politician. This is such a raped position to take. All it would take is one person who knows Brandon to come out and say, yeah, he's actually like this, and you're totally obliterated. Yeah. Well, he's also basing it all on his analysis of this fucking campaign ad, where I'm sure there's some aspect of his personality in there, but yeah, obviously it's a performance because he's doing an ad for a political campaign.
Very, like, dude bro-y, like, faux confidence kind of vibe. Let's just listen to him talk. Can you tell me, like, does anyone actually have the personality he's pretending to have here?
Oh, Jesus Christ, what is this? The fuck? Well, Chud Logic is a whole other subject, isn't he? Chud Logic is his own little...
Rocky 2, Tony. My name is Brandon Herrera. I'm a serial entrepreneur, Second Amendment activist, content creator, firearm manufacturer, and 2 years ago, I made the decision to run for Congress.
That's why I'm running for Congress.
It was a terrifying jump into unfamiliar territory, but I did it because the congressman who represented me...
I mean, it just sounds like a totally unremarkable second-run political campaign ad.
It just sounds like a person that practiced speaking.
Like, you might disagree with the politics and go at it from that angle. But this idea that there's this, like, falseness to it, I mean, I guess all political campaign ads are somewhat false, but, like...
He's his own destiny.
There's nothing particularly remarkable about this one. It's just a fairly standard... It's exactly what you'd expect to see from, like...
Okay, this is so boring. Maybe I'm just very tired, but I'm just so bored of this.
Tony Gonzalez, even though a Republican, kept making...
Like, the way he talks is so, like...
Oh, God.
This guy's supposed to be Republican, but he doesn't really vote like...
would vote for
in that video. I just don't really understand what it means to be pro-Confederacy.
But who knows? I could be wrong.
Yeah, you could.
I look forward to the inevitable response from Brandon Herrera. JK. He's not going to respond to this, but his fans definitely will. And I look forward to that. It's no doubt going to be an interesting time for me.
Brilliant.
Anyway, folks, if you enjoyed this video, if you found it entertaining, educational, enjoyable in any way whatsoever at all, then please consider leaving a like down below and a comment too,
will
whether
educate you
in the future or right now as I'm streaming live. Likes and comments are the best way to support the channel and the algorithm.
True.
It takes only a second. It's totally free.
True.
Does this guy ever sit and think, do you know what? I do this with every single video and my channel is still absolutely fucking raped. Like, clearly this is not really helping you, is it? Why include all of this? It just sounds like it's just too much, man. Like, what views is he even getting?
Uh-oh. He's gonna check his channel.
Fucking hell, dude. Oh, dude, he's got one at 21k views. So bear in mind, he's got 108,000 subs. Okay? Jesus, dude. 21k.
Jesus.
Podcast is starting to regret back in Trump. Oh my god, dude. 807 views.
Uh-oh.
I mean, yeah, his channel is failing miserably, isn't it?
Uh-oh.
Dude, having under 1k views on a sub count of over 100,000 is fucking absurd, bro.
I mean, Xander Hall has had a lot of controversies, to be fair.
He only got 4k off of pirate software hate. Gee. You know, it's just kind of like slowly died a death as time has gone on. And people have realised that he's not a particularly interesting content creator to listen to.
Uh-oh.
Average views according to Twitch track is 41.
Hmm.
Well, does he stream anywhere else? Does he stream on Kick?
No.
Or is that it? Is that it, dude?
That's it.
Last Twitch stream was April 2024.
That's it, dude.
Dude, he's getting outpaced by Gaming for Hope.
What? Gaming for Hope.
It's time to get a job, Zan. Zanny boy, it's time for you to get down to McDonald's with your fucking CV, bro.
So please be a liker and not a lurker. It really does help out a lot. Only 10%.
Yeah, don't be a lurker.
10% of my fans, on average, like and comment. Well, way fewer comment, but only 10% of my fans on average like my videos and streams. I've done the math. Like, it's
I've done
actually
the math.
surprisingly consistent. Only about 10% of you guys hit the like button.
True.
Which means 9 out of 10 of the people watching right now have not liked the stream.
Like
are
the
hearing
stream.
me talk about this and are still
You
not
jerks.
liking the stream. I'm just saying.
Yeah, just saying.
Just-
like
I'm
the stream.
Just saying.
Just saying.
Maybe
Yeah.
we could increase that percentage, you know?
True. Lock in.
Let's make it 12% maybe. Anyway, folks, if you
Lock
guys enjoyed
in.
though, you know what to do. Subscribe and ring the bell icon to turn on all notifications if you haven't already, so YouTube actually tells you when I go live or upload new videos in the future. And of course, if you want to see more from me on other platforms, be sure to follow my social media through YouTube, Twitch, Streamlabs, Stream Elements, Patreon, or buy some custom Xander, I don't know, like Chud tier.
I became the Chud.
Hold on.
The horrible logic. That
Yes,
makes no
Greater
sense.
Yeah, don't
joke
be a
was that
lurker,
Chuds don't
Greater
use
Ain.
logic.
Right in the
And so
chat.
the name was
Don't be a
sort
lurker.
of an insult, right? It would be like if I named my channel, I don't know, like
So they didn't get bored.
Chud tier.
It didn't.
I became.
I didn't
Chud.
get bored because I avoid boring
became the
things
Chud
in
that I
life.
started out
That is also
criticizing.
part of my secret.
Dude, genuinely, I understand that there's this kind of take about me.
But the bored, it doesn't mean that boring
I
things
still
don't
got, like, a lot of
exist.
lefty views. Much people don't understand that.
I'm
But I
feeling
just
very
think that,
tired though. I feel like
you know,
I'm
it's
more
very obvious
tired than
and
bored.
very clear.
I
that
haven't been
people like
sleeping
Xander
very
and
well
other
lately.
creators of a
I
similar
had a
ilk,
lot of nightmares.
That there's very little
Crazy,
effort to actually engage
twisted
and understand
nightmares.
the point that like right wingers make, and often it is just a case of finding whatever cheap dunk you can get against them, which is something that I used to engage in, and I look back on, and I do regret. I do regret not meaningfully engaging better with certain points or certain aspects.
Yeah, because
But
now
Xander
you
was still
engage
stuck in
so
that headspace.
meaningfully.
So
Chud
he
Logic,
obviously
the
sees it
most
as, no, we just got to dunk on the Chud.
Chud Logic is the most meaningful engager in the world, in internet politics. Nightmares about what? Oh, I don't know. Dodging drones or running away from Nazi soldiers.
But he's unwilling to ever really meaningfully and fairly engage with the point that a right winger is making. So it's like, obviously, I see myself as having moved forward and not just being engaged in this idea of like, oh, let's just find something to shit on a right winger for no matter what. It's more about engaging with the thoughts beyond that. If I do political stuff anymore, but obviously I cover drama now.
Yeah.
It's a bit different.
Yeah, it is a bit different.
But yeah.
I don't think you're engaging meaningfully at all.
Go on, Xander,
You
what
do
else you got
drama.
Like
Just the
like,
drama.
You would think.
Okay, that's wonderful.
That my
There's
channel would
nothing
be,
meaningful there.
I don't know, pro chuds.
I'm glad you're able to stream on YouTube.
Everything is fine. Chud Logic
Cheers
is
to
doing
that.
well, Lucy.
Do we have
Yeah.
anybody cam content in store?
I
for
mean,
later?
look at how
No,
many
what-
views he gets. He's getting success, so he must be doing everything good. He's an amazing content creator, a deep thinker, and a meaningful engager. Oh, well,
Body
Thank
cam
you.
content at the moment, I'm trying to avoid body cam stuff because of the gun shit. But thank you very much for the super chats.
I don't know. I'm a little tired right now.
See,
Upstate
I'm
New
also tired, just like Xander Hall.
York is superior? What do you mean? Upstate New York is not even a place. Okay?
It's true, the Nazis still could get me. The Nazis will get me. I should log into Twitter on this computer. I have to. Oh god, I've got so much things to do. Who is this? Joe and Bradley. Oh, we could watch a Joe and Bradley debate. Why not? It's been a while. Or we could just go back to what we were doing. Unless you have any proposals for me, I'm just gonna try again to do what I was trying to do before, okay? My goodness. Lucy, you should sleep? Maybe. Maybe if someone throws me a pity donation, I will sleep like a good person. My goodness. I'll sleep and I'll take Fido with me. Take Fido with me. What a disappointing summit. Jesus Christ, I still cannot believe. Okay, but Tucker Carlson did a pretty good interview with some Palestinian woman. Wanna link it? If you link it, we might as well watch it. Justin, President Trump called Ukrainian President Zelensky following meeting with Russia's Putin. Oh, well, I don't know. It doesn't seem like Zelensky looks very pleased. Things are not looking well. Does not look very well. Good luck, Greater End. Thanks. Oh, you're going? Wow. Instead of locking in, my audience is abandoning me. Cannot believe this. I feel like I'm the only one leftist, super progressive content creator, and I just get abandoned and left for the wolves for it. Isn't that right, Red Rose? I suppose you have all the reason you need to play Expedition 33 now. That's right, yeah. That's true. I had to beat those enemies that I couldn't before. Or die trying. My goodness. Woof. Or maybe I'll leave them for later. Because you probably don't want to see that, right? It's locking o'clock around here. Yeah, it is. Especially since for me, it's almost 3 a.m. So lock in or something. Because I'm doing like a streamer that burned their career with controversies, and I've had no controversies, so you know, it was a bit sad. Like when you have streamers that have burned their careers to the ground, they see viewership like mine. Like Capples. Capples had a pretty big audience, then she destroyed her reputation, and her numbers dwindled to my numbers. And then there's Riley Grace Rochon that also kind of wrecked her internet career, and now her numbers have dwindled to mine. Sad. Ay, ay, ay. Hello, Incub. Oh, you missed the entirety of a very disappointing summit in Alaska that led to nothing. Both Putin and Trump said nothing. They left it at vague nonsense, and we learned, and it was a bunch of nothing, okay? Literally nothing. Very disappointing. Dodge. Listen, not watching my stream is not dodging, okay? Even if we would be going through pain, you should lock in and be here. But what is this? It's my friend. Okay? It's my friend. With a French name. I'm gonna show you in the menus. Esquia, okay? It's my friend Esquia. He's in the background. Thank you for the $20! Fake Alec Al Parker. Wow, thank you. You're a good friend and an editor. Tonight's very... your friend needs surgery? Why would my friend need surgery? A skiad does not need anything. Fat chicken that can fly. Thank you, Fake Alec Al Parker.
That's where she used to paint and create.
Yeah.
Who?
A proper challenge.
Who's she? Do they mean like oh, we have some attributes to distribute. Also, we need to learn some new skills. The paintress. I think Claire, the sister of the daughter of the paintress and the sister of Alicia, aka Mael. Let's learn some skills. Nine skill points available. Let's learn some skills from Verso. Ooh, I want to learn this. Alright, what can I learn from... Ooh, 18. I have to learn some of her. Holy crap. Wow. Oh, I can... oh. Oh wow, okay. Well, I have stronger weapons. I missed so much, I'm very much confused. It's okay. We're doing okay. Welcome to the stream, Inkub. Welcome to the stream. So why is Tucker doing this for media attention or what? I have no clue. We're gonna watch it though, soon. I have to wake up a bit. This is the Endless Tower. So it's gonna be like a boss run or something. Alisa, I must say, you've surprised me. I didn't expect you and your friends to succeed. And I certainly didn't expect the doppelganger to pull you into his schemes. He was supposed to keep an eye on you, not recruit you. But you did well. All that's left is for Renoir to clean up the canvas. How can you let him erase Verso's canvas? Alicia, don't be emotional. You know this is necessary. And spare me that drivel of how much this canvas means to you. I've spent far more time here than you. I painted half this world with Verso. We went on adventures here while you sat reading in your room. I was perfectly fine leaving Mama here to work out her sorrows. And if you insist on staying too, well, that's your choice. But Renoir will not stand for it, and I need him to help me with the real conflict outside, not waste more of this time here. Enough. I grow tired repeating myself. Renoir will do what needs to be done. Why don't we have some fun instead? I could use some fun. Good, I'll show you what you missed out on. All those years hiding in your room. It's a game Verso and I used to play. I've sketched some figures, doodles really. I believe your friends call them Nevrons. It's creative name, I like it. Verso and I named this challenge the Gauntlet. I'll revive them all and I'll show you a true drawing. So this is Cleo, the sister of them. Come on Alicia, have some fun. The gauntlet lies within the canvas. Don't worry, Death in there isn't final. Every canvas has its own rules, and I find death a boring outcome. Don't you, Alicia? So this is Claire, right?
Careful, Verso.
Whoa.
That's better. I'm ready.
Danger! I'm ready. Danger! Chroma is flowing. A brilliant light.
Let's finish this. Cut him down.
Let's dance.
What was that? Sudden.
Ready to evade.
Oh my gosh. Oh my god.
Finesse and grace. You can't leave us yet. Still need your help.
Ooh. Is this the bug, or actually no one voted in the poll games? Or, oh no, I kind of ended the poll.
Ready to evade.
It wasn't, it's more like I ended the, oh my god. I ended the poll prematurely.
Okay.
I'm back. Danger!
There we go.
I'll manage.
Bro.
Break.
Uh-oh.
Take cover!
Okay.
Uh-oh.
Merci.
Alright. Okay, I did manage to parry it once.
Go again.
I won't lose again.
Coming.
Danger.
Gustav's homage. I've done it. Oh, Lumina learned cheater, so we can. I need more. Let me see. Let me see. Opposing attack. Alright. Verso could use cheater as well. Alright. Square. Alright, we're ready. Both have 2 turns. Resources. What a thing. Okay, let's go. Here's your trial. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Oh my god.
Okay. Can't leave us yet. On me.
Oh my god. Failed. We're gonna try it again, of course. How is everyone? How many of you are here? Lock in or something. What a mess.
Coming.
Oh my gosh.
Still need your help. On guard.
Oh. Wait, what game are you downloading? My goodness. Dead.
Let's dance.
Oh my god. My goodness. Trial failed. I keep checking for news in the Alaska thing. Oh? I'm out of here and I go back to the United States. Trump appears to have forget Alaska as part of US for the third time.
If it's something I don't see a future in, I'm a deal guy. If it's something I don't see a future, I'm gone. I'll leave. I don't have to do a press. I'll just say, not going to be a deal. I'm out of here. And I go back to the United States. If it's bad,
Well, he just admitted that this was a failure and a mess, by the way. He said that he doesn't need to do a press conference. He didn't answer any questions. Jesus Christ. Oh. Oh my god. This is so embarrassing. I know. I'm back to the United States. Oh my god. So embarrassing. Maybe that was part of the deal, giving Alaska to Russia.
I'll do it.
Good job.
Ready to parry. Danger. Merci.
What do you mean? By the way, range is supposed to regenerate, that's what you said yesterday. Yeah, because I don't know. I regenerate over the weekend or whatever. Trial failed. I'll try to regenerate over the weekend. I'll do my best. The weekend had just started.
I won't disappoint. Ready to carry. Lune, watch out. Finesse and precision. I'm ready. A precise strike.
That hurts. A brilliant light. You don't get to die yet.
I'm watching the stream live again, but oh, why?
Please survive.
Oh.
Let's carve a path.
Danger!
Oh my god.
I'm ready. You can't leave us yet.
I won't waste this.
It feels like you've wasted this. Oh my god. It's gonna be. It's gonna take me. Oh my god.
Ready to parry. On guard.
I won't lose again.
The good stuff.
Brace yourself.
Oh my god. Well, I guess I have to learn the patterns of that boob. I love how Trump just was like, oh yeah, this whole thing was a total blush and I'm back to the United States. Because of course Donald Trump. Of course we're back to the United States. Fox News interview. Wait, let's check the Fox News interview actually. Oh my god. Where is the interview? Where is it? There you go. Let's see it. Do I have to go to Fox, just Fox News? Maybe I have to just Google it. Here we go. Can't find it. Someone link me that interview so I can see it. Lucy, would you be up for giving up Alaska if it meant Russia withdraw all their troops from Ukraine? Maybe. Maybe. Very productive. Oh, there you go. Happening now. There you go. Oh, do I need to have a subscription?
We had a tragedy happen, actually. It was a tragedy. The election was a tragedy. But
I'm not getting a Fox News subscription. It's not happening.
And Russia together. That's not good. If you are just a minor student of history, it's the one thing you didn't want to do. Because they're basically natural enemies. Russia has tremendous amounts of land. China has tremendous amounts of people. And China needs Russia land. But because of pure stupidity, they were driven together. And you know what? That's what it is. I don't know that it's going to stay that way, because it really is. There's a natural friction there. But I think that today's meeting went really well, and I think we maybe will have a good result. But I just don't like to talk about it. That's why I agreed to do your interview, and I said, you know what, I'll do it, Sean. But that was like 2 days ago. I had no idea that. I said, Sean, are you going to ask me about what we
basically say on national TV? I regret saying yes to doing this.
Yeah, I shouldn't have done it, but that's okay.
You don't have to.
By the way, I have to say to the audience, this guy's a fantastic person. He's a great patriot. You love the country.
I love our country.
You are a very smart cookie. For anybody
very
that
smart
question
cookie.
That, which I don't think there are too many.
Well, I only have a
just an
preview.
outstanding
I don't
man.
have a subscription to Fox News, and I don't intend
there's
to.
A possibility of peace everywhere.
My
This
preview
is
pass
not
expires in
insignificant.
3
I agree
minutes.
with you. I don't like to see the dying. I don't think I'd want to see the books that you saw today.
I didn't like looking. I was very sad to watch and see.
When you talked before coming here about the consequences for Vladimir Putin being severe, I found that interesting. Severe would be defined by me. India doesn't buy your oil. The European Union won't buy it. And why in the back of my head was I thinking, wait a minute, Donald Trump just delayed possible increase in tariffs on China. Why do I think that probably President Trump was thinking ahead that maybe if you had to, that would have been part of the consequences?
Well, because of what happened today, I think I don't have to think about that. Now, I may have to think about it in 2 weeks or 3 weeks or something, but we don't have to think about that right now.
What the fuck? He just bought him.
All right. Do you ever think Hillary Clinton, the author of the
so he got nothing, and he just like, yeah,
dossier,
it's quiet for
author
a
of the
few weeks.
Russia hoax, going into today would be saying she would nominate you for a Nobel Peace Prize? I don't think you ever expected that happening.
Well, you know, I don't want to.
What an interview!
In that sense, not because of her. It's very nice. If she said that, it's very nice. I really appreciate it too, actually. But
she tried to ruin your life, and in many ways, she ruined 3 years of your life.
Well, she made me stronger and tougher, and you know, we had.
You are way more forgiving than me. That's.
Well, it was a sad chapter in our country's history. I will say that. Look. You can't run a country that way. You know, Vladimir Putin said something, one of the most interesting things. He said, your election was rigged because you have mail-in voting. He said mail-in voting every election. He said no country has mail-in voting. It's impossible to have mail-in voting and have honest elections.
That's not true.
And he said that to me. It was very interesting because we talked about 2020. He said, you won that election by so much.
Many countries have mail-in voting. That's what? Nonsense.
Millions of people
what do you mean no countries?
And he said, and you lost it because of mail-in voting. It was a rigged election. But mail-in voting, Sean, the politicians, I think I'm going to make it a big, I know the answer is that Jimmy Carter, years ago, along with Scoop Jackson and some others, they had a committee, respected people, good committee, Jimmy Carter, good guy. You know, he's a good man.
Source literally Vladimir Putin. Hey, Mr. President, but you have you considered thinking about thinking ahead before thinking? True.
Some people get 7 ballots. Look at California with that horrible governor they have. He's one of the worst governors in history. He's incompetent. He doesn't know what he's doing. They send out like 38 million ballots.
So we're still not learning anything,
5, 6, 7.
by the way.
But
still not learning anything about what was agreed.
Said you can't have an honest election with mail-in voting. And he said there's not a country in the world that uses it now.
I would love to see election reform.
We have to do it. I don't know why we're not doing it.
No, I'd
and
like
you
to
bring it up. The Democrats
voter ID.
don't want it. Look, the Republicans want it, but not strongly enough. I mean, they got to want it strong.
Yeah.
Because it can't be.
Listen to Vladimir Putin on fair elections. Well, unfortunately, choose your provider. YouTube TV, I guess. Do I? Okay. What? Wait, I get to watch it now? Oh, well, too bad. List of countries that have mail-in voting. Unfortunately, I don't plan to get a Fox News subscription anytime soon. In what countries can you vote by mail? Postal voting. That's mail-in voting, right? Postal voting. All right. Oh, Poland has the same mail-in voting. No countries do it, huh? Australia, Canada, Czechia, Finland, France, Germany, Greece, Hungary, India, Indonesia, Italy, Malaysia, Mexico, Norway, Philippines, Singapore, Spain, Switzerland, United Kingdom, United States. It also says that Poland does it, but it's not listed. But I can see on the green map that postal voting available for all citizens on demand. So Poland also has it, from what I'm seeing from that map. So yeah. What a joke. No countries do it. Well, that's it. I cannot watch the interview, unfortunately, during which we learn absolutely nothing. Come to Moscow. Come to Moscow, Vladimir Putin. It's gonna be great. It's gonna be make America great again. So you're telling me that putting a trained professional liar lied to the face of the most gullible man in America? Color me surprised, yeah. Well, unfortunately, I'm poor. Okay, so we cannot watch any more of this fascinating interview, but a quick Google check and suddenly we see that actually some countries do use the mail-in voting. So as amazingly shocking as it is, some countries do indeed use the mail-in voting method. Fortunate. I wanted to watch the interview. God is my witness that I wanted to watch the interview. Okay, you saw it. You saw it. I tried. I tried my best. You cannot tell that I haven't tried, okay? You understand that I tried, right? Sorry.
Merci.
I have to fix this. You're missing me failing. Because I failed. I wonder how many wonderful things we've learned from that Fox News interview.
Brace yourselves.
Oh my gosh.
Merci. Finesse and grace.
A storm is coming.
Disaster expedition.
True.
On me.
Disaster expedition.
I'll do it. Danger!
Get ready. Just try it.
So how's everyone doing? How's everybody doing right now? Everybody feeling okay? Everybody feeling hyped as I keep dying to this silly thing? We all good? Hold on. Chilling and vibing. Good, good. We need some chilling and vibing after that horrible Alaska conference. Also press like on the stream. Lock in. Well, I kind of, sort of, well, I'm not sure. I wanted to say something, but I honestly don't think I should, and I don't think it should be any consolation to me. The thing that I wanted to say, it should be no consolation to me.
Just try it.
Oh,
Okay.
almost.
Still need your help. Ready to carry. I'm down. Not leaving you behind. I'm back.
Bushu, co ty?
You know.
Oh my god.
Not impressed.
Okay, I have to do something. I have to do something to improve my stuff. And I think I've got just the thing that I should do. The thing that I should do is this. Should have done this a long time ago. Now I'm paying the price. Yeah. Here we go. Alright. This should be okay. Oh, I should turn off this off as well. There you go. Has anybody pressed like while I'm trying to fix the performance? No one. No one has. Alright, let's do this. No, we're not serving the reserve team. This is a tough trial, but I feel like the reward will be worth it in the end. I think. Fido! Fido! I'm a liker. I like early, I like fast, and I like offense already. Thank you. Thank you very much. Almost. Oh my god.
Not leaving you behind. Still need your help.
All right.
I think I'll improvise. Watch out.
Sorry I failed.
You have failed.
Luna, careful.
Oh my goodness.
Last ditch effort. I think I'll improvise.
storm is coming. Careful, Verso.
Well, I thought I was doing well, but apparently not. Apparently I was not doing well at all. This is gonna take some time for me to master, not just, you know. It's gonna be a thing. It's gonna be a thing indeed. Choose the trial number 3, thank you. Whoa. Might as well.
Watch out, my ally.
Yeah.
Ready to evade.
Okay. I can do it.
True. You can do it.
Let's push forward. Not looking good.
Just try it. Just try it.
They won't disappoint.
Failed. How many times will I fail this trial? Whoa.
Let's dance.
Ready to evade.
Okay.
Oh wow, one hit. One hit.
Still need your help.
Ah. Annoying. How's everyone? Are you enjoying this content? This is premium content, okay?
Lune
Wait, what the hell is happening? I'm pressing the button and nothing's happened. I don't know why.
Let's dance.
I pressed the trigger. There was no counterattack.
Merci.
I have to check something because something's wrong and I don't like it. Task. Okay, this should immediately make the performance better. This should immediately improve the performance. Yeah, it should give me immediate gains.
Not impressed.
What the hell is happening with the trigger? I press it and nothing. Let's kill me. I don't know what's happening with that attack, but it annoys me. I should be getting free hits, but I'm not.
Ready to parry.
Careful, Verso.
Careful now.
Ready to parry.
Oh my god.
Well, thanks.
All right, let's do this.
Let's finish this.
Yeah, let's finish it.
Let's push forward.
Oh, good stuff.
No margin for error. Feel the storm.
Oh my goodness, so many hits.
Disaster expedition.
Yeah, disaster expedition.
I'm ready.
What? This is the worst in the world. This is the worst in the world. The failing trials.
Just try it.
Why didn't I do the thing? Why do I have to mash the button? Why can't I just press it? I shouldn't be able to press it. I shouldn't have to be able...
I'm ready.
Shouldn't have to smash it. Mash it.
On me.
On me.
Okay. On me. On guard. Not looking good. You can't leave us yet.
Why do you have to mash that button? Annoys the ever-living hell out of me.
I'm ready.
Okay, we've done it.
I'll do it.
Let's dance.
Let's finish this.
Not leaving you behind.
Let's push forward.
Oh well.
Finally, some good parrying. I see on the field screen, I get up, I get the bathroom screen, come back, it's on the file screen again.
Not giving up.
Now based on your posture, you're MD looking and it looks like you just might do it. Me? I don't know.
I'm back.
As you can see, I'm trying my best, but I'm not succeeding.
Still need your help.
Strike Storm. Please stop locking in. Wow. It's you that's not locking in, the audience. Okay.
Lightning dance! Let the ink flow. Better. Danger.
Alright, I didn't die, so it's already an improvement, the fact that I'm not dead.
Okay. I won't disappoint.
Cut him down.
This boss genuinely seems like has way too much health for you. Like this can be right. No, it's right. It's right. This is correct.
Time to strike.
Ah, too early. I died. I have to restart. I have to learn the parrying. That's the only way. Okay, it's the only way for me not to fail. Oh, this is endgame content for you. It's gonna be difficult. It's gonna be difficult as nails. See if anybody liked the stream. Oh. Oh. Wait, I haven't checked if anybody pressed like 999. No, F. Ugh. If anything, I don't give up. That's my positive trait. I'm stubborn and I don't give up. I think that's my positive trait.
Watch out. Bring it on.
Okay. Not leaving you behind.
Oh my god. I'm doing worse and worse. I'm doing worse and worse. What?
Danger! I'm ready.
On me.
Danger!
Okay.
Careful, Mael.
Here we go again.
Here we go again, indeed.
The good stuff.
Let the ink flow. Careful, Mael.
But you're lucky that doesn't have the big wide swing.
They won't disappoint.
True. That is true.
Let's have some fun.
Alright, now we're talking.
Time to strike. Let's carve a path.
Let's carve a path.
Good stuff.
Bam! Bam, bam, thank you, ma'am. Isn't that right?
Let us stain them. Ready to evade.
Why did he have to target her? Whatever. This is bullshit.
Not impressed.
Still need your help.
Sorry, I failed.
You have failed.
Break.
Please survive.
Oh my goodness.
The dance begins.
Let's finish this.
Good stuff.
The eternity of ice. Feeling better.
Watch out, Mael. ditch effort. Time to strike.
Of course. And why not? Stupid Nebron. What the fuck? Why the... What's with the performance of the game all of a sudden? Jesus Christ. What's happening? What is happening here? Ah, this is annoying.
Overflowing with energy.
Yes, okay.
Let the ink flow. Nobody dies.
Somebody dies.
Doing better. I won't lose again.
Pissing me off.
I've got this.
Let's dance.
It's in a game that depends on parrying. The game suddenly slows down. Is it because it's so hot? I think it's because it's hot. The performance is bad.
Bring it on.
Brace yourself.
Merci.
Thanks. Okay, what is happening? What is this? What is happening? What is happening with this performance? Cancel. Manager. CPU use 100%? Why? Why is the CPU use 100%? What is using the CPU so much? The performance really... The computer is definitely not locked in. No. It's locked out. It is not locked in the slightest. We'll try again until we succeed. I'll try a few more times and then I'll go to bed because this is annoying. My dog is locked in. Hopefully.
Please survive.
Okay, that's my fault. This one's my fault.
Not looking good.
I'm back.
You can't leave us yet.
Let's carve a path. Time to strike.
Alright. Now we can lock in. I wanted to parry it.
Here we go again.
Lunade, watch out!
I'll do it.
Did I die again?
Yes, you have. You died again.
My turn.
Guard up!
This is very annoying.
Try again.
Yeah.
Finesse and grace. Finesse and precision.
Watch out.
I'm gonna have to turn this computer off for some time for it to cool down.
Let's go again.
Yeah, let's go again.
Time to strike. Just try it.
There's one thing that I could do to make the game work better.
On me.
And right now I'm seriously concerned.
Please survive. Please survive.
Watch out.
What's with the shield?
Okay.
Why didn't she do anything?
Watch out, my hell.
There you go.
On me. For good stuff.
Chroma's flowing. Okay.
You're outmatched. Watch out, my hell.
Let the ink flow. Take cover.
I'll improvise. I've lived through worse. Good stuff.
Finesse and grace.
Here we go again.
Not looking good. Let's push forward. Nobody dies. Danger!
Let's cover path.
Computer is not locked in at all. Not good.
The dance begins.
Let us stay there. The eternity of ice. Feeling better.
Watch out, Mael.
Time to hit big. The good stuff.
My turn. I've lived through worse.
I'll do it.
Just try it.
Let's push forward. A brilliant light.
Reborn once more. Just try it. I think I'll improvise. I'll manage.
On me.
I won't lose again.
With the stuff.
Well, we've shaved half of his health. We've made progress.
Careful, Mael.
I guess.
Let the ink flow. Careful, Mael.
I'm better.
I've got this. Luna, careful.
That spills. Strike!
A storm is coming. Got work to do.
Lune, watch out!
Alright, I'm going to bed for today, I guess. We'll try this tomorrow, maybe. We'll see. My god. No. I'll raid you into someone that will appreciate whatever the hell. Well, that's it. Okay, until tomorrow then, yes. Maybe we'll get some more substantial news when it comes to the, you know, the mess that just happened today. Maybe we'll get something. I don't know, Alec Gunter, there you go. Okay, good night, sleep tight, and all that stuff.